Yeah, good morning, dummies. How's everybody doing? Happy Friday! Welcome to the weekend. Y'all mind if I leave the overhead lights off? I don't think you do. The less you can see me, the better, probably. I'm not what they call easy on the eyes. So it should be fine. It should be fine. How's everybody doing? Week 3, let's go. Okay, week 3. Okay, NC State won last night. Pay-lose situation on that. Had NC State -7. Went ahead and got paid a little bit there, which was good. Also hit a bet on the Cubs earlier today for absolutely no reason at all. Zero. Just pulled the app up, said, what's the next baseball game to start? Okay, Cubs and whoever, I don't even know who they're playing. I'll take the Cubs. Cubs won, paid a little again. So I said, you know what? Let's let the comment section put a bet in on the first half of this Colorado-Houston game. Let's go. And the first, the comment section said, well, now they say over. What are we doing? What are we doing? Over. Is that what it says? What did y'all say? Over? Where the hell did it go? Yeah, there it is. Over 22.5 points. That's the bet for the comment section. The air is not fixed. Y'all, I'm down bad. I'm down real bad. They had to order 2 parts that won't be in till Monday since today's a Friday. They had to order 2 parts and they won't be in till... I'm without air. Can you imagine if Georgia loses tomorrow and it's 90 degrees in here? Holy shit. I'm liable to lose it for real. I'm liable to have the biggest Uncle Lou meltdown of all time if Georgia loses tomorrow and it's 90-something degrees inside the house. So I don't know what we're going to do. I don't know what we're going to do. Well, I'm not in South Georgia, but it's still bad. It's still bad. Yeah, it's still bad. Now, it could be worse. It really hadn't been that hot. The high today was like 84. And now that the sun is going down, it'll cool off pretty quick. We got all the windows open. Bunch of ceiling. There's a ceiling fan in every room in this house anyway. I've got a bunch of fans all over the house. We'll make it a couple of days. We'll survive a couple of days, 80-degree temperatures with no air. We'll survive. I'm an absolute trooper, guys. I'm an absolute trooper. I'm a beast. And I can't be held down. So they've tried. They've sent me, last year they sent me a hurricane. Kept on trucking. I had to get out of town to do the trucking, but I kept on trucking. Now they got me with no air conditioner. Matters not to me. Who's winning this game, Colorado or Houston? Houston's a 5-point favorite. Should we put a bet in on the game too? Hurricane took out power for 10 days here. Yeah, we were about 2 weeks here. No power, no water, no internet, no cell phone service. I got the hell out of town. I went and stayed in Charleston for about a week, and then I went and stayed at the casino for about a week. And then I came back home. New Mexico money line? Aren't they playing UCLA? I like UCLA minus the points. Yeah, I like UCLA minus 15 in that one. I think UCLA beats them big. Big, big, big. What's the crown meaning? I have no idea. What crown? The only crown I see is the one you just typed. I don't understand why Dion isn't using Cadean Salter. Of course, you mean Caden Salter. He tried to use Caden Salter, and I guess it turned out he was hot fucking garbage. So now they're playing the 3rd string guy. Thomas Wilson, thank you for the super chat. He says, did you see the big man touchdown in the NC State Wake Forest game? I did. I tweeted about it too right when I saw it. Everybody loves a fat guy touchdown, don't they? Now, I guess if your team is playing and the other team scores a fat guy touchdown on you, then it's okay to not like that. But other than that, I think everybody loves fat guy touchdowns. But yeah, I did see that. I did see that. Syracuse is going to beat up on a toothpaste brand. Yeah, they play Colgate. Do I have Colgate? No, I have Cornell and Columbia. I do not have Colgate. I have Cornell and Columbia. Lou is the Haynes King of YouTube. No, my arms work, bud. See? My arms work, dude. My arms work. Lord Tebow, thank you for the super chat. He says, we got to get Day from Ohio State. I don't even know if I should bother reading the rest of that. You're not getting Ryan Day from Ohio State to come to Florida. Ohio State isn't that good of a job compared to Florida. They haven't accomplished shit compared to... That's what we're starting off with? In the beginning of the stream, we're going straight to that? Ohio State hasn't accomplished anything compared to Florida. That's what we're starting the stream with today. That's usually like an after midnight comment. Dude, that's fucking retarded, man. Holy shit. Save some room on the spectrum for the rest of us, would you? You're hogging up all the space on the spectrum there. You done covered it all up. If you don't quit with the barking, I'm gonna put a foot in your ass. You want me to make you get out of here? Quit with the damn barking. Now it's hot in here and I ain't in no kind of mood. Christian Ballard, sports journalist, not the other one, but the sports journalist, says Colorado wins, K-State, and the real Big Orange over Toothpaste School. Love you, Lou. Great show already. I like Arizona. I'm off the Kansas State train. I was captain Kansas State all off season, and then they come out and shit the bed, so I'm done with the Kansas State train. I will say this, though. Dylan Edwards is back today for Kansas State. So do I pull the trigger and bet Arizona in that game? It's at Arizona. Y'all know how I feel about these weekday games. I like the home team in these weekday games, and Arizona's at home against Kansas State. Arizona's 2-0. Kansas State is whatever the fuck they are for no reason. But Kansas State is getting Dylan Edwards back today. That's what's kept me from... I would have already put a bet in on Arizona. Should I do it anyway? Florida's clown level is 1 million. Yes. Yes. Tony Voigt says, waiting on snail mail to deliver the second helmet. I need to make a trip to the P.O. box. Shit. I won't be able to do it tomorrow, obviously. They're closed on Sunday. I am going to try to remember to go by there on Monday because I think there are several helmets at the P.O. box. And if I leave them there too long, they get mad and send them back. And I forgot. I was supposed to go this week, and I forgot. You know what happened this week? Now, I'm admitting ahead of time this is 100% just an excuse. But it's the only excuse I can think of, so this is what I'm going to go with. My dad's birthday ended up being this week on Wednesday. Wednesday is y'all know I don't have any live shows on Wednesdays. Wednesdays is normally the day that I do any running around or errands or whatever that I have to do to involve me leaving the house, which, I hate leaving the fucking house. I like to just hide in here, peek out the windows like I'm doing now. It's safe in here, that kind of thing. But on Wednesdays, if I have to leave the house, like if I have a doctor's appointment, I'm always schedule it on Wednesday, whatever. That's the day I go and do whatever I got to do that involves leaving the house. So that's normally my post office day. Well, my dad went ahead and scheduled his birthday lunch on Wednesday because he knows I only leave the house on Wednesdays. And I got so wrapped up in that, I forgot to go to the damn post office. So I got to go probably on Monday now. Because those idiots at the post office will get mad and send your shit back. They don't play around up there. They don't play around. My birthday and Uncle Lou Dad's birthday is the same. Oh, well, happy birthday, buddy. His birthday was actually Tuesday. But we went to eat Wednesday, like I said, because he knows I only leave the house on Wednesdays. Yeah. What's your email? You going to email me the helmets? I don't have a 3D printer, bud. Can you email me a 3D printer first and then email me the helmets? Florida's going to hire Signetti. Oh, God, I hope so. No, I don't think that's going to happen. But, God, oh, my God, that would be amazing. Can you imagine Signetti in the SEC getting his ass beat week in and week out by the likes of Vandy and Mississippi State while coaching at Florida? That would be unbelievable. That would be unbelievable. Oh, do you still have the helmets, Tony? Because if you do, then yes, email me and I'll just give you my home address. Actually, I'll give you like my neighbor's address, three doors down. I'll have you send my helmets there, and then he'll bring them to me. But anyway, yeah, email me and I'll get you an address. All right, Colorado game getting ready to start. Looks like Houston's going to be kicking off, so Colorado will get the ball first. I am pretty sure Matt Staub is going to be starting at quarterback for Colorado, their third string quarterback after they benched Caden Salter and skipped over Juju Lewis, the five-star true freshman, after Matt Staub, the third stringer, had a decent game last week against whatever Delaware is. So the game's underway here. We'll get a look at Colorado's offense and Matt Staub at quarterback. All right, here we go. 1st and 10, Colorado. They're on their 25. I'm going to have to drink a lot of water in this heat. They run the ball on first down for a loss of 5, which is pretty typical for Colorado. I hope y'all have hit the thumbs up considering I'm in here working, standing up, moving around, and sweating with no air conditioner in the Georgia heat so that we can hang out and watch these games. You could at least hit the thumbs up for Uncle Lou there. That would be great. 2nd and 12. How was that only a loss of 2 yards? Boy, they got a great spot there. Staub back to throw on a slant, complete, breaks a tackle, fights forward, going to be close to a first down, maybe a yard or 2 short. 3rd and about 2 coming up now for Colorado. First possession of the game. Lou, do you play fantasy football next year? We should. No, I used to play every single year before I started doing YouTube full time. And what happened is I didn't have time to take the fantasy football thing seriously. And it became more of a hassle to have me in a league than not, because I quit paying attention every year after like week 2. Because I just didn't have time. I do daily fantasy through the Sleeper app, player stats over under, but I don't do fantasy football like drafting players in that. Colorado had a player hurt. They've got him off the field now. Colorado here looking at a 3rd and 2 coming up on 14 minutes to go in the first quarter. This is the first possession of the game. 3 wide for Colorado. Staub in the shotgun, the 3rd string quarterback for Colorado, getting the start today ahead of Caden Salter and Juju Lewis. On the ground, and they picked it up. He was hitting the backfield but got away and then fought forward for a yard or 2 past the first down marker. Gain of about 3. First down, Colorado. What's up, Tim? You think the Nerds will beat the Taters tomorrow? Boy, I think they have a chance. Uncle Lou has the best Saturday morning college football show. Don't miss it. Yeah, I'll be live tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Let me see something. Where's the... I have the... Got the streaming schedule, I think, somewhere here. Is it? No. Where is it? I have it somewhere. Is this it? There you go. There you go. That's the streaming schedule for this weekend, for week 3. So tonight, right now, as it were, on YouTube, Colorado, Arizona, Arizona, Kansas State, or Colorado, Houston, and then Arizona, Kansas State. Tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. the kickoff show. Tomorrow at 3:30, Tennessee versus Georgia, and the rest of the afternoon games, including Miami versus South Florida. That's on YouTube. And then the Patreon stream this weekend, as voted on by the good people over on the Uncle Lou Patreon page, will be 7:30 p.m. Notre Dame versus Texas A&M, Florida versus LSU, Vandy versus South Carolina. There you go. That is the live stream schedule for this weekend. That is the live stream schedule for this weekend. If you haven't signed up on the Patreon page yet, what are you doing? Seriously. Seriously. You are really missing out. The link to the Patreon is in the description. I'll post it in the chat there too. But there you go. Get signed up on the Patreon page. We hang out every weekend and watch these games. All right, Colorado 2nd and 8 now into Houston territory at 43. 4 wide this time. Staub in a shotgun. Snap, back to throw, looks downfield, under pressure, gets hit, but gets it off out in the flat, caught, but swarmed by the Houston defense. It's going to be a loss of 3 or 4 yards on the play. 3rd and oblivion coming up now for Colorado. Georgia Tech 35, Clemson 13. I'd be absolutely shocked if Georgia Tech scored 35 points on them. I think Georgia Tech's best chance is to keep it a low-scoring game, grind the clock out with the run game, win a low-scoring game. I'd be shocked if Georgia Tech scored 35 on them. Yeah, remember Georgia Tech. If they're going to play Haynes King, that means they can't throw. Haynes King can't throw the ball. His arms don't work. Literally. 3rd and 12 for Colorado. They're on the Houston 47-yard line. Let's see if they can keep the drive. They're kind of in no man's land here. Way too far to kick a field goal. Let's see what they can do on 3rd and 12. Where they're going to take a timeout and think about it. So timeout on the field with 10:53 to go in the first quarter. Still no score. Colorado with the ball. This is the first possession of the game. Oh no, it's $10. The Patreon is $10 for the only one that really matters. Lou, does South Carolina have a chance against Pavia? Yeah, I got South Carolina winning that one. At home, at night. 2 good quarterbacks. Beamer ball, special teams could be the difference. Nick Harbor could be the difference. Dylan Edwards could be the difference. I mean, Pavia is a great player, but be honest with yourself. Everybody watching, I want you to be completely honest with yourself. Name one other player on Vanderbilt right now. You don't know one. That's okay. I don't either. South Carolina's got better players, and they're at home. Someone mute Crocodile? Huh? The email address is in the description of the video, Tony. It's not the business address one, it's the other one. There's one that says for business purposes. It's not that one. It's the other one. South Carolina has got some speed this year for sure. Well, Nick Harbor's got Olympic speed. Crocodile King needs Jesus. I don't see Crocodile King. What did he do? Somebody told me you got boo-boo breath. I don't even know what that means. So I can't even tell you whether it's true or not. Canes. Yeah, I think Miami wins big tomorrow over South Florida. 3 touchdowns. Sounds like a kid. Oh, it's definitely a kid, yeah. It's definitely a kid. What will Deion say in his press conference after they lose? I don't know. That's almost as entertaining as watching the games, as watching Deion's post-game press conferences. Still a commercial. Colorado called a timeout. They're going to be looking at a 3rd and 12 when the game comes back on. You have Miami by 17. I need them to win by 18. Can you have Miami by 18 instead of 17? George Newhart, what's up, buddy? Good to see you in here. Can we get Carolina Jackpot versus Octavian on Tuesday night? I'd love that. Jackpot never calls into my show. I called into Jackpot show the other day. Jackpot never calls my show. $10 on a girl answering the phone when you call the gambling hotline. Let's do it. Let's do it. All right, hold on. Burgle. Hush. All right, you got a female, Colby? Where is it? 1-800 Gambler. All right, Colby's got female. One 800 GAMBLER.
This call may be monitored to ensure the quality of our service. Please let us know if you do not want this call recorded.
We're calling the gambling hotline. We bet $10 on whether a girl or a guy would answer the phone on the gambling hotline.
All of our staff are currently assisting others callers. If this is an immediate life-threatening emergency, please hang up and dial 911. Otherwise, please remain on the line for the next available crisis specialist. We are glad you called. Our staff are currently helping other callers and will be with you as soon as possible. Please stay on the line.
Come on, man.
We are glad you called. Our staff are currently helping other callers and will be with you as soon as possible. Please stay on the line.
Calling the gambling hotline. Dollars on whether a male or a female. Hush!
We are glad you called. Our staff are currently helping other callers and will be with you as soon as possible. Please stay on the line.
They're different. Calling a different.
Georgia Crisis and Access Line. This is Shelby. I'm a crisis coordinator. How can I help you today?
God damn. Thank you. Fuck. All right, I lost. Send me your email or send me your PayPal or your Cash App info, dummy. Fuck. Damn. Can't win them all. All right, still no score. 0-0. Houston, Colorado. Colorado ended up punting on that last possession after not picking up the 3rd and 12. Houston's got the ball now, their first possession of the game. They're looking at a 2nd and 10. They're on the Colorado 34. Almost in field goal range. Quarterback draw, tackled right at the line of scrimmage for no gain. 3rd and long coming up for Houston. A lot of people betting on Tennessee to beat Georgia. Yeah, I don't blame them. Lou, can you scroll up a bit? We can't. Colorado on the score. Yeah, I'm sorry. I forgot about that. Should be good. Hey, Koenig, what's up, buddy? See you in here. Houston on 3rd and 10 throws it into the dirt. It'll be 4th and 10 for Houston now. I don't know what they're going to do here. This would be a long field goal. Here's that $10 back. Thanks for the quality content. We can't get anywhere else. So, hey, thank you, Spark. I appreciate that, buddy. Glad you're hanging out with us tonight. Feel pretty good about the game tomorrow. Worried about Joey, though, against that defense. It'll definitely be the best defense Joey Aguilar's ever laid eyes on. And it's really not even close. Another commercial break. Gambling on the gambling hotline. Yep. Can't wait for tomorrow. You Voltards are in for a rude awakening. Yeah, I hope so. I'd love to make it 9 in a row. Somebody mute Crocodile. You know, you can block him and then you won't see his comments anymore. Ooh, what's a good 5-game parlay for tomorrow? There's no such thing as a good 5-game parlay, bud. There's no such thing. No such thing as a good 5-game parlay. I mean, the best you can do is pick a bunch of huge favorites and hope they all win for a small payout. Going bowling in about an hour. You know, you always struck me as the type of person who would be in a bowling league. So I actually believe that. Most of the shit you type in the comment section is either a lie or it's just an opinion that's really retarded. But in that case there, I believe that 100%. I've always kind of thought in the back of my head, you know, he's the type of person that would be in a bowling league. Yeah. Joe says, if we bet on the over for minutes waiting on hold for the gambling hotline, are we doing it right? Yes, you can bet on that. You can bet on how many times it rings before they pick up. All different kinds of ways to bet on calling the Gamblers Anonymous hotline. Colorado is on there. No one cares about the Indiana score. It's 100-0. Did Lou get COVID? Mouth. I've only had COVID once, and I got it in Vegas once. I ever had COVID. I think there's any chance South Florida, Miami. Well, there's always a chance, but I'm betting Miami minus 17. I think Miami's going to pull them out. I think Miami's going to. I got Tennessee 7-21 this year. I don't think there's any way possible. Audio's cutting out. I don't know what to do. I don't know. It doesn't show any errors on my end. So I don't know. Thing or something. It doesn't show anything wrong on my end, so there's nothing I can do about it. Ever since you took the call, yeah, there's nothing I can do about it. I can type about it if you want me to. You want me to type about it? Oh no, never mind. Y'all are already doing that. Y'all are already doing that. Lou, do you have Georgia Tech upsetting Clemson? Yeah, I think I did pick Georgia Tech in that one. You my hero, Lou. I'm just playing. I missed the rest of that. I'm nobody's hero, dude. You need to find better heroes. Tailgate meal tomorrow. We're doing a meat and cheese tray. I got pimento cheese dip with those bagel bites. What are they? The bagel little bagel chips. And what else do we get? Oh, a crab dip and chicken wings. Georgia game's at 3:30 tomorrow. Houston settling for a long field goal here. The kick is up. Looks good if it's long enough. And it is. Houston takes an early 3-0 lead with 6:42 to go in the first quarter. They are really celebrating that field goal. Well, they're winning. Hey, this is Houston we're talking about here. After Tennessee wins, are you going to cry about it? It would be a first if I did actually cry. Probably not going to cry over one regular season loss in a 12-game playoff. Third loss is the one that would be bad. Do you normally cry after losses, Joe? Is that what is so? You're just wondering if other people do? Take some trash out here. Y'all smell that? Yeah, smells better now. Smells better now. Joe cries after sex. How would he know? How would he know? Uh, how would he know? 1998 forever. Well, at least for one more year for sure, because they're not winning at all this year. Where's the recorded phone call you promised last night? I didn't call them, they came out here. Get ready for Squid Tard to troll y'all tomorrow. No, the AC is not getting fixed till Monday. They had to order 2 parts, and the parts won't be in till Monday. So sometime I'm without AC till Monday. Thoughts on Indiana? They're gonna lose 5 games. The model says Notre Dame wins by 4. What model? When's the last time you saw Tennessee this good? They've been this good in week 1 and week 2 almost every year since Josh Heupel got there. No AC till Monday. Yeah, AC. No AC till Monday. AC's out. Luckily, it's not that hot here. It was only like 83 or 84 today. Got the windows open and some fans going. It's not that bad. Damn, I missed the whole Colorado series, but they're already punting again, so they obviously didn't do shit. They must have went 3 and out. Colorado gets the punt away. Houston's up 3-0. Fair catch called and made at about the 20-yard line. Houston will have the ball 1st and 10 with a 3-point lead. I'm not a Vols fan, but they live rent-free in the head. Yeah, you're a Miami fan. You weren't even alive the last time they won anything. No AC, but can blast some AIC? What is that? Oh, was that Makai Muse? I remember him from Georgia. Oh, Allison Chains. Yeah, okay. I've been reading your comments for like a year. There's no way you were alive in 2001 and 2002. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way you're 23, 24, 25. There's no way. You're 14 or 15 tops. Of course, Lou is nervous about tomorrow. All that shit talking. He knows what's coming. I really hadn't talked no shit this week, really. But I mean, you say you're beating Georgia every single year. You've been wrong 8 years in a row. Eventually, you'll be right. That's the thing about saying it every year and sticking to it. If you live long enough, you'll eventually be right. And it might be this year. Commercial break in the game. I mean, Tennessee hasn't even thrown a touchdown pass against Georgia since 2021. They've never scored more than 2 touchdowns under Josh Heupel. Tennessee averages 40 points a game under Josh Heupel, but only 14 points a game against Georgia. Weird. Real weird. Strange, even. They've never even lost by less than 2 scores. Like, they've never even been close. Does Florida pull the upset? I don't think. I think there's a better chance Florida gets blown out than there is that they win the game. Put your thermostat on fan mode. We don't. The fan is what's broke, Tony. The fan has to be replaced, and the pump, the motor. So it's all. It has to. It's all. None of it can be turned on. Some would say what? Some would say Kirby is in Josh Heupel's head. Oh, well, Kirby has coached circles around Josh Heupel. Yeah. If Tennessee is going to win the game, they're going to have a better team and better players because they can't. There's no. I mean, they can't outcoach Georgia. You can't stay cool without AC. I mean, luckily it's not that hot outside. It's like I don't know. It's probably 72 or 73 outside right now. ESPN is no longer a channel, it's now officially an app. Well, there's been an ESPN app forever, but I'm literally watching ESPN on ESPN, the TV channel. So, yeah, there's the game between UM and Central Michigan called the Stallions Bowl. It should be. It should be. Houston with the ball. They're in the red zone again, all the way down at the Colorado 30. 1st and 10, shotgun. They're going to hand it off right up the gut. Has a little bit of a hole, stumbles forward for about 5 yards, maybe 6. 2nd down coming up now for Colorado. I'm picking the under on the UJ Tennessee game. I think that's the best bet to make on the game is under 48, 49, 50, whatever it's at. I think that's the best bet. If everybody's right and Georgia has no offense, then it'll go under 50. Or if it plays out the same way it always does, where Tennessee can't get a first down, it'll go under 50. So you're almost going to win either way. Tennessee is Georgia's Super Bowl every year. What? Third and 5 coming up now for Houston. Shotgun. They're on the 25-yard line. Need to get to the 20. Snap, back to throw. Looking over the middle. Lofts it up in the air. Wow, caught. That looked like some shit you would do in your backyard right there. That ball hung up in the air forever. Caught, though. First down, Houston. They're in business now. Ball fans really are dummies. Well, some of them are, yeah. Some of them are. Who's worse, Tennessee or Florida fans? Worse? Well, Tennessee's the worst fan base on the planet in terms of how they act online. Not all of them, but they have the largest percentage of low or no class human beings on the internet. And whoever's in second place, I don't know who it is, but they're way behind Tennessee. Lou, Sunbelt Billy or Mark Poops, first one fired in the SEC. Sunbelt Billy. 1st and goal on the 5, just inside the 5. Shotgun snap, handoff, has a hole. Touchdown, Houston. The route is on. It's going to be 9-0. The extra point will make it 10. I don't think Kentucky has enough money to fire Stoops. I don't even know what the buyout is there. Does anybody know? I don't know what Napier's buyout's around $20 million. And I know Florida has it. I know Florida has that. They had it last year. Colorado is dried bird doo-doo. Not a good start for Colorado. They're down 10-0 early in this one. Stoops buyout is $60 million. If it's $60 million, they're not firing him. They're not paying $60 million. You can forget it. If his buyout is $60 million, then if you're a Kentucky fan, you better learn to love Stoops because he ain't going nowhere. Upset picks for tomorrow. Georgia Tech. I think Arkansas could win. Who else? I'll go with those two. I like a lot of underdogs with the points tomorrow, but as far as an outright win, that's a lot harder to pick. Does Kentucky care about football? The school? That's a fair question. Now, some of the fans do, obviously. Kentucky as a school, do they care enough about football? Maybe not. Maybe not. Extra point is good. 10-0 Houston. 3:52 to go in the first quarter. What's up, Ben? Gundy will be the new OC at Georgia? Oh, I hope not. I hope not. He's washed up. He needs to ride off into the sunset. He don't give a fuck about college football anymore. Well, even 40 million, I don't think Kentucky's paying. Where will Billy Napier land after Florida? ESPN two. Like, like the 10:30 at night game on ESPN two. That's where he'll land. When they fire Napier, Florida could go get another G5 coach. Dan Mullen. Yeah. Bring back Mullen. Hey, West Virginia brought back Rich Rodriguez. Why not? Why not? Houston getting ready to kick off here. Colorado's going to have the ball down 10-0, still in the first quarter. I like Arizona in that one, Bucci, but they announced today Dylan Edwards is playing. He's missed the first 3 games, all of their games. He caught a punt in that first game against Iowa State and hurt his ankle and hadn't played since. He's back today, and I really like him for Kansas State, but Kansas State's just been so bad, I can't ride with them anymore. So probably got to take Arizona in that one. How many fans will be at the Rose Bowl tonight? For UCLA, New Mexico, 30 or 40. They'll have that blue tarp over the top deck again. Does Sunbelt Billy make it through the season? No. No. I hope he makes it to Halloween, though. I want Georgia to beat him one more time. First and 15 after a Colorado penalty's got him backed up to the 13. Quarterback scrambles and sacked back behind the line of scrimmage, loss of a couple of yards. Second and long coming up for Colorado. Colorado looks lost on offense here early in this one. Billy Napier going to open a car wash somewhere, any state but Florida. Appreciate you doing these Friday night streams. Wife of 7 years left last month. Hey, congratulations, man. Oh, you say it's been hard. Especially Friday nights, feeling dead, but hanging out in here. Hell, I'm just giving you a hard time. I've been down that road too, man, and so I don't know. I probably shouldn't have made a joke there, but yeah. Well, I'm glad we're giving you a way to pass the time, man. I know it can be tough. I've been down the same road. Georgia seems to be the death of Florida coaches. Muschamp was fired after the Georgia game. McElwain fired after the Georgia game. And Mullen fired after the Georgia game. Is that true? I don't know if I realized that they were all 3 fired after the Georgia game. Lou, I've been struggling with some depression lately. Much love for your streams. Well, look, one of the reasons I do these streams is because I'm so fucked up. So, I don't, I don't do it. I do it for self. I do it to help myself. I'm selfish, but I am happy that other people enjoy it. And if whatever I'm doing can help somebody else, I think that's great. Thank you, Chris. First and 10, Houston. They've got the ball back already after another Colorado punt. They're going to keep it on the ground. Gain of about 3 off right tackle across the 30 to the 32 or 33 yard line. 2 minutes to go in the first quarter now. 10-0 your score. Houston up over Colorado. See if the Colorado defense can do anything, because the offense sure can't. Pistol formation here on 2nd and 8 for Houston. Snap. Play action pass. Rolls right. Looking downfield. Gets rid of it. Incomplete. Nowhere to go with the ball. 3rd and 8 coming up now for Houston. Does Colorado know what they're doing? No. No. They don't. I started watching Lou because of the Dobbs Hail Mary rage. Stayed to take the reality checks ever since. Yeah, that was one of the first games I ever streamed. Was that 2016 Georgia-Tennessee game. Crazy ending with the back-to-back Hail Marys. Empty backfield, 3rd and 8. Complete on a short crossing route, but all kinds of room. Look at this. Holy shit. Now they can't tackle. All the way down inside the 40 to the 39. Unbelievable. Uh-oh, flag down, though. This one could be coming back. Gain of about 30 for Houston. Easy first down, but there is a flag. Back near the line of scrimmage, that's usually holding. Offensive pass interference. Looks like maybe an illegal pick on the Houston wide receivers, and this is going to back them way up and negate that big play and negate that first down. How much would it cost Florida to hire Lane Kiffin? A lot of money. A lot of money. They'd have to pay Napier's buyout. Then they would have to pay Kiffin's buyout. And then they would have to negotiate a contract with Kiffin that would probably be in the $10 to $12 million a year range. I don't think Lane Kiffin leaves Ole Miss. Yeah, I don't know if he will either. I think Florida should try, though. I think that would be a home run hire for Florida. I think they have to try. Napier's buyout's $20 million. Deion Sanders is a terrible coach. Well, he's not even a coach. That's the problem. He's not a coach at all. He's a hype man. He's like Flava Flav was in Public Enemy. Georgia Tech should fold their football program. Well, if they did, they wouldn't be able to beat Miami every time they played them like they've been doing. Miami would love it if Georgia Tech went away. They wouldn't have to lose to them every time they play. Who should Florida go get? Lane Kiffin. That should be the first call they make. They should offer him whatever he wants. Lord Tebow says, what do you mean we can't? Day will give him all the money? What do you mean we can't? Day will give him all the money? Is that hieroglyphics or something? Is English your second language? What in the world? That didn't make any sense at all, dude. Best NFL quarterback of... I'm not an NFL guy, so I just have to give you the obvious answer and say Tom Brady. But, I mean, if somebody disagrees, I'm not going to argue because I don't care about the NFL or even know enough about it really to say who the greatest of all time is. Deion definitely doesn't know what he's doing. Truer words have never been spoken. John Dickens, thank you for the super chat. It says, my wife loves watching Your Season Is Over With Me. She thinks you have the best shit-eating grin. Well, tell her I said thank you. I'll try to give her an extra big one on Sunday. Or extra. I'll do one of those extra long stare into the camera deals on Sunday. Willie Taggart to Florida confirmed. Yeah, well, I think we all know that's not happening. Houston player running wide open. Yeah, they called it back though. Oh, no, they didn't. They took the flag away. The ball was tipped at the line of scrimmage, which means it can't be pass interference. So it would have been offensive pass interference, but since the ball was tipped at the line of scrimmage, there is no pass interference, so it is going to be a huge play for Houston. Wow. It looked like Colorado's defense was finally going to force a punt, and then they gave up that huge play. Now Houston's got another first down. First and 10 Cougs. They're up 10-0 with a minute 33 to go in the first quarter. Lane's buyout is $1.5 million plus the $22 million for Billy. Lane Kiffin's buyout is only $1.5 million? How is that possible? How is that possible? That's the lowest buyout I've ever heard of. Look at this. Wow. Colorado not even trying to they just ran through 5-6 arm tackles. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Jesus Christ. Colorado is an abomination to football. Another first down. They're on the 25 now. Motion, shotgun and 3 wide. Snap. Handoff. Another hole. No missed tackles that time at least. Gain of about 3. We had Nico last year. Now we got a real man back there, not some kid wearing a skirt. Well, the problem is you say that about whoever the quarterback is every year. And then when that person's no longer the quarterback, you say they're no good and the next guy is the one that's really good. You've been doing this. It's a pattern that Tennessee fans have fallen into for years. That doesn't mean Joey Aguilar won't be any good. It's just that y'all do this every year. I mean, we all heard y'all with the, Nico was winning 2 Heismans and 2 Natties, and we heard all that. Same thing with Hendon Hooker and Joe Milton and Jarrett Garantano and that alien-looking motherfucker that looked like E.T. with no eyebrows. What's the score? Driving 10-0 Colorado, Houston. 10-0 Houston into the first quarter, and Houston is in the red zone again. You better be driving to Vic's house. That's what you better be doing. What are you doing in there? Oh. Get your car all filled up?
Yeah.
That's good. Lady's up to something. I don't know what it is. I have no idea, but she's up to something. Oh, I'm not mistreating the lady. It's just she was up to something earlier. The Colorado circus has always been hype, no substance. Yeah. Well, we have to give them some credit. They were a decent team last year. They went 9-3. They weren't dog shit. I mean, now they had a Heisman winner and a good quarterback and all that, but like they weren't complete dog shit last year. Anyone notice Dion's sideline thought? I didn't. I didn't notice that. Colorado's defense is just brushing the dirt off Houston's dirt. Yeah, Thomas, that you're probably talking about that same play I saw a minute ago. Literally 5 or 6 Colorado players. It looked like pinball. It just bouncing off of him. It was bad. It was bad. Florida fans the same way with DJ Wagway. Yeah, I told him that all offseason. I said, y'all are doing the same thing Tennessee fans did with Joe Milton, Hendon Hooker, and Nico. You're putting all this fucking hope onto a quarterback that ain't done nothing, and then he's not going to do anything. And you're going to talk about how he wasn't any good, and you'll look to the next one. It's the same. They're literally following in the Tennessee man footsteps. Florida fans are, yeah, 100%. Who's softer, Colorado or Bama? Ooh, I'm gonna have to go Colorado. I'm gonna have to go Colorado on that. They put stock so much in QBs, then it crashes. Lou, would you say Oregon looks like the most complete team through 2 weeks? I don't know. I don't know. Some teams ain't even played nobody.
You're asking for Burgle.
Burgle. Well, she's in there with the barking routine. Were they running a sale on gas or something today? Were they running a sale?
No, I just went up to that Walmart right there. I had literally 2 miles left on my car before I needed to get gas.
Okay.
So I wanted to sleep a little extra tomorrow morning so I didn't have to rush out to go get gas before I went to work.
Okay.
I literally went and got gas.
I don't believe that. I mean, but okay.
Where do you think I went?
I don't know. I told you I don't want to know. I told you I don't want to know. You made it back safe and sound is all I'm worried about. So you're good.
I literally went to the gas station and got gas.
Well, you've literally never done that before. It's weird.
It's not weird.
It's a little weird. It's a little weird.
It's not weird.
All right. Okay.
People get gas all the time. What's
Yeah, they usually get gas when they're out and about. Very few people leave the house specifically to go fill their car up with gas and then come back home. Very few people do that, I would think.
I mean, I stopped and got pineapple juice too.
Okay. Well, you could have just said you was going to get pineapple juice then.
But I went and got gas at the same time.
While you were out getting pineapple juice, you went ahead and filled up your car. I get it. Florida would beat Ohio State 69-0. Also, dogs suck. If you don't give your mom her credit card back, your daddy's going to come down to that basement and tan your hide, bud. Field goal up and good for Houston makes it 13-0. Second quarter just underway. No, I was getting ready to take a shower earlier. And she comes in there and she goes, "Hey, I just want to let you know I'm going to fill the car up with gas." I'm like, "What do you mean you're going to fill the car up with gas?" And she's like, "I'm going to the gas station to fill the car up with gas." I was like, "Why would you do that? Why don't you just wait until the next place that you're going?" And isn't that what y'all do? Don't you, when you have to get gas, don't you get gas like when you're out doing whatever you're doing? I've never been at home doing nothing and then been like, "You know what I need to do? Go fill the car up with gas. I'll be right back." Like, I've never done that. I wait until there's somewhere I have to go. And then it's like, "Hey, while I'm out, let me fill the car up with gas." I don't know. And so she came in there and she was like, "I'm going to fill the car up with gas." I was like, "Huh?" And I was like, "Okay, whatever." Like, just, I guess I don't need to know what you're really doing, but whatever you're doing, just be careful. And I'm going to take a shower and start the stream. I'll see you in a little bit. But whatever you're doing, just be careful. And she made it back safe and sound, so that's good. Here's $5 to help, or $2 to help with BA's car. Ain't got no gas in it. Yeah. At least I didn't ask you to get me gas. You could have. That's the other thing, y'all. We literally left and went to the grocery store like 2 hours ago. We were out. We went to the grocery store. We went and got something to eat. Didn't stop for gas, though. We were in her car. Didn't stop for gas. We get back home. Like 30 minutes goes by. I go to take a shower. All of a sudden, she got to go fill the car up with gas. It's just weird. I don't know. It's just weird. It's weird. No AC till Monday. They had to order 2 parts, and because it's Friday, they're not coming in till Monday. So I'm without air conditioning until sometime on Monday. Colorado QB scrambles for a few yards. Third string quarterback gets to start for Colorado today, Matt Staub. Starter Caden Salter was benched last week. They've skipped over the 5-star freshman Julian Lewis and gone to third stringer journeyman Matt Staub. Look at Dion. Boy, I don't know if I've ever seen somebody that wants to be somewhere less than Dion standing on that sideline right there. He'd just about rather be anywhere but there, wouldn't he? Here we go with the barking again, man. The lady wanted the car air conditioner. I see, that makes sense. Hey, I'm gonna go ride around for a while. The car's got air conditioning. That makes sense to me. That would make sense to me. Yeah, that would make sense if that's what she would have said. That would have made perfect sense. Here she comes now. What is that?
Special delivery.
Oh, Colby sent my thank you card for the wedding finally.
He said you're gonna get that later.
What is that? Oysters?
Oysters.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That is the thank you card. Colby, you're good people. Is this what you went to get?
No, he just dropped it off. That's why she was barking.
I thought maybe you went to get the oysters, and that's why you came up with that gas station story, so I wouldn't know you were going to get the oysters or something.
I literally went to the gas station. I don't know why you're making such a big deal about it.
Colby, thank you for the thank you for my thank you card. Looks like Colby sent Uncle Lou some oysters. So it looks like we're gonna be eating some oysters here, y'all. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's do it. Hey, there's chopsticks in here too, lady. You want them? You want to cook your bacon or whatever?
He got me sushi.
Oh.
Because he knows I don't eat oysters.
You need chopsticks there.
I do need chopsticks.
Yeah,
yes.
there you go. See? See how I look out for you? Yeah, shout out to Scooby in the comments section for sending Uncle Lou some oysters. That's pretty nice of you there, bud. So we're about to feast on some oysters now. I didn't even know. I had no idea. Big surprise here for Uncle Lou. Big surprise here for Uncle Lou. Delivery oysters. How about that? Delivery oysters. Ba 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 ba. All right. What did I miss here? Oregon destroyed Oklahoma State. But who had they played? Who have they played? Well, they play at Penn State in a couple of weeks. That'll be a good one. All right, shout out to Scooby in the comment section. Scooby sent 24 oysters delivery to Uncle Lou's house. I had no idea. Luckily, you don't have to be hungry to eat oysters. I could eat oysters anytime. Yes, yes. Here we go. What we got there? Hey, see how we got some oysters there? Fixing to tear this shit up, too. I do need a fork, though. All right, still 13-0. Houston up over Colorado. They've got the ball on their own 37-yard line, 3rd and 8. I don't think they've punted yet. Going deep. Overthrown. They might have to punt now. 4th and 8. Yep. Best seafood is shrimp. I love shrimp. Yeah, I love shrimp. Raw oysters are one of my favorites. Yeah. I eat them. God damn it. Right. I need hot sauce. Be right back. All right. Oysters, hot sauce, crackers. We good? We good? Everybody know how to eat raw oysters? Everybody know how to eat their raw oysters, right? Get all that snot on there. You got to make sure you get all the snot out of the shell onto the cracker. They have a hot sauce. Don't go down like that. Not how you do it. Boy, that's good. Shout out to Scooby. She ought to be kicked off the AP vote thing. Now, it's just ridiculous. I mean, if you don't want to vote in the AP poll or you don't have time to vote in the AP poll, that's fine. That's okay. Give up your seat and let somebody else have it, though. That's just... There's no excuse for being that lazy. That's the thing. I would never... There's no excuse for being that lazy. There's no excuse for what she did, period. She clearly did not watch the games and didn't even bother to look up scores. If you can't even set aside 10 minutes to look up box scores before you turn in your AP ranking, you don't need to be voting in the AP ranking. It's just lazy. Just fucking lazy. And that's one thing I can't stand is laziness. Zaxby's or Chick-fil-A? Buddy, Zaxby's is absolute dog shit. In a styrofoam box. Zaxby's is fucking terrible. You ought not ever eat there. It's terrible. So I'd have to go with Chick-fil-A there. Thanks for the good times. Go Tigers, says Big Canard. Thank y'all for the super chats. I appreciate that. No hype and hate this week, says Booty Sniper. A very astute observation by him. Nothing gets past you. What are you doing, Monk? You gonna look outside? Now the cat's in here with the nosing around routine. I don't know why you're looking out that window. You know you ain't going out there. These oysters are great, Colby. Thank you. Third and 10 for Colorado. Backed up on their own 7-yard line. Staub in his own end zone throws incomplete. 4th and 10. There is a flag down, I think. It looks like they're going to get Houston for pass interference. We're even on the whole thank you card deal for the wedding now, Colby. You did good, bud. Auburn fan said I was no longer a fan because I'm more excited for Georgia, Tennessee than Auburn, South Alabama. What's up with that? You can't take the fan police seriously, man. You just can't. The fan police are retarded. Now, what I like to do, now you have to remember, I'm really weird. But what I like to do is I like to get 2 different members of the fan police who believe 2 opposite things and then get them to argue with each other. In other words, you got somebody telling you you're not a real fan because you'd rather watch what's going to be a really good game than Auburn beat the shit out of an elementary school. And so they're telling you you're not a real fan. Well, let's say for a second, and I don't know if this is true or not, but let's say that the person that told you that didn't go to Auburn. Well, there's another set of fan police that think you're not a real fan unless you went to Auburn. So what you do is you find one of the fan police that went to Auburn and thinks you're not a real fan unless you went to Auburn. Then you find another fan police who thinks you're not a real fan unless you have like season tickets. And then hopefully the guy that went to Auburn doesn't have season tickets. And then they argue with each other about who is or isn't a real fan. So then you get 2 different fan police arguing with each other. That's ideal. And then you just step back and watch. You're out of it then. Fan police are the HOA presidents of the... You know what? That is a perfect analogy. Who said that? Alexander. That is a perfect analogy. Fan police are the HOA presidents of the internet sports world. You're 100% right. You are 100%. Fan police are the type of people who would run for HOA president. That's the most accurate analogy I've heard in the history of this channel. That's it. That's a great analogy. Yep. That's exactly what they're like. Big game, Joey, coming for them dogs tomorrow. Be ready. Yeah, I remember when Nico was coming and Hendon was coming and Joe Milton was coming and Jarrett Garantano was coming and whoever y'all's quarterback is coming every year. This time next year. Tennessee fans are going to be all over the internet talking about how terrible Joey Aguilar was and how Merklinger is winning the Natty. And they've been building towards the Merklinger year. Did you say that you loved baseball at one time? When I was a kid, I played baseball, yeah. Well, I played baseball through high school. I no longer loved it. In fact, I didn't even like it in high school, which is why I quit. Well, technically, I was told to quit in the middle of a game. But that's neither here nor there. What if Colorado loses to Houston? Then they'll be 1-2. I mean, the world's not going to end or anything like that. That's what you're asking. But as far as what will happen, they'll be 1-2, and Houston will be 3-0. I didn't even know I was hungry until these oysters got here. Well, I wasn't really into the baseball thing anymore, and I think my attitude showed that. It was my fault I got asked to leave. It was my fault. I just didn't care about baseball anymore, and I let my temper get the better of me. Yeah, I've explained the thing about hype and hate a bunch of times. I guess I'll explain it again. But I've been doing this for 11 years, and you can only make fun of Dolly Parton looking like a Halloween costume and Smokey having parvo so many times before it just gets old. So I got tired of doing hype and hate videos for the same teams over and over and over again every year. And I ain't gonna lie, it wasn't as fun to do the hype and hate videos when Georgia was busy beating the shit out of them every year either. The reason I would do the hype and hate videos when I first started back in 2015 and 2016 is that way when Georgia lost, 1 million fans from that other fan base would show up at my channel to troll me, and I would get a bunch of views. Well, when Georgia wins, they don't come around. So it stopped being fun. Especially for the teams I was doing over and over and over and over and over again because we played them every year. I didn't do them last year either. I'm not saying I'll never do another one. Hell, I did one 2 weeks ago for UNLV because it was something different. And I'm sure I'll do another one. I just don't know when it'll be or what team will be involved. Texas Tech will win the Big 12 title. I got to see it to believe it. I'm not really a buyer on thinking the portal can solve all your problems. I do think they'll be a lot better. The Later Day Saint have a presence in Arizona, Oregon, and Nevada. The Later Day Saint have a presence in all 50 states. They definitely have a presence here because they've knocked on my fucking door. Now right after they knocked on my door, they wish they didn't, but I'm pretty sure they have a presence in all 50 states. What's my opinion on door-to-door salesmen? I think in the age of the internet, those people are a dying breed. I don't notice them nearly as much as I used to. In the age of the internet, I don't know that there's much use for the door-to-door salesman. As far as the religious nuts going, rocking the neighborhood and knocking on your door. That's a different story. See, they can talk those religious nuts into working for free because they're serving the Lord, so you don't have to pay them. So that's why it's so hard to get rid of those Mormons and the other religious nuts that walk around the neighborhood and knock on your door. Whereas companies that actually have to pay people wised up a long time ago, do it on the internet now. And before anybody gets mad, yes, if you're in a neighborhood that you don't live in, going door to door, knocking on it, trying to convince people to join whatever religion you're in, then yes, you are a religious nut. Third and 1 for Houston, quarterback sneak. Boy, it's going to be close. I think he got it, but barely. 13-7, Colorado scored while we weren't looking. Where would you send me on my... I'm not going on no mission trip. Well, we finished off a dozen oysters. Under 5 minutes to go in the first half, 13-7. Houston with the ball first and 10 on the Colorado 41. Handoff right up the gut. Breaking tackles again per normal and picks up about 7 yards. Colorado's tackling is alarming. Kansas State and Arizona's about to come on. Have we changed our mind, or do we still like Arizona? Kansas State's a 1-point favorite in that game, but I like Arizona at home. Kansas State at Arizona. Kansas State a 1-point favorite. Who are we liking now? What happened to LSU, Dab? He told half the country to stop watching his channel. He told 50% of the country to stop watching him. That's basically what happened to him. So they did. .242 to go now in the first half. Still 13-7. Houston with the ball on Colorado's side of the field. Looking at a 2nd and 10 coming up here. Lou, greatest WWE wrestler of all time? I don't know. I don't know anything about modern wrestling. I mean, I haven't watched it since I was a kid. You know wrestling's fake, right? Colorado on the ground, eaten alive by the Colorado defensive line for a loss on the play. 3rd down coming up now for Houston. 2.5 minutes to go in the first half. Uncle Lou's bath towel? What the fuck? Somebody in the comment section is mad because I told them wrestling was fake. Y'all see that? They're easy to spot. I'm sure you see them. You think it's a grown person? That's even worse when a grown person. You know, saying wrestling is fake and then people get mad at it. That's as bad as when you tell Texas A&M they're not a service academy and they get mad about that. Well, we're not a service academy, but we sent a bunch of people to war once. We're a senior military institution. You know, you tell wrestling's fake. Well, I mean, the outcomes are predetermined, but I mean, wrestling's fake, dude. People get so mad, it's hilarious. And when they're grown, it's even more funny to me. Grown people getting mad about wrestling. Hey, Woo, how many speeding tickets are the Bulldogs running backs going to get against that Vol defense? 1998, whoa, Todd. We'll see. I mean, that's I think whoever, I mean, usually in these Georgia-Tennessee games, whoever runs the ball better wins. We'll see. Never tell wrestling fans it's fake. I just don't understand why they get mad about it. Is all. I don't get. I mean, that's the only reason I even say it anymore. I mean, everybody knows wrestling is fake, so it's pointless to say it. But you have to say it because they keep getting mad about it. The NFL is as rigged as wrestling. Yeah, right. Right. See, you're mad. See, that's what I saw that. You're just mad because I said wrestling is fake. So now you're in here with the NFL is rigged, speech. I can walk into Caesar's Palace and place a bet on any NFL game I want. I cannot walk into Caesar's Palace and place a bet on who's winning the main event on Monday Night Raw. You know why? Because one is fake and one's not. That's why. And there's no sense in you getting mad about it either. If we lose tomorrow, Bobo and the rest of the QB room needs to go. Well, we can't get rid of the whole QB room. We got to keep at least one of them, to play QB. So, yeah. Actually, you can bet on wrestling. Not in a sanctioned casino, you can't. You can't walk into Caesar's Palace or anywhere in Vegas or any sports book anywhere on the planet and bet on Monday Night Raw. No, you can't. Uncle Lou, who's your dark horse for the season? Well, it's a little late for that now. The season's done started. I mean, it's the same names everybody else has told you when you asked them that. Texas Tech, Georgia Tech. Whoever. That conversation ended 30 days ago. No more hype and hate, Lou. Objection, asked and answered well over 100 times in the last 12 months. Lou, are you mad the NFL is fake? I'm not an NFL fan. And also the NFL is not fake. You're a wrestling fan, which is why you're getting mad when I say wrestling is fake. I'm going to hope that you're like 13. But if you're grown and you're getting this mad because I said wrestling is fake, boy, you're in a bad way. Uh, 13-7, coming up on the end of the first half. We've just under 2 minutes to go here, 1:55. Houston's got all 3 timeouts left. Colorado's got 2. Houston's got the ball. Not sure what they're looking at here. Oh, a face mask. 3rd and 13 now for Houston on the Colorado 29. 1:55. Quarterback draw, nowhere to go. Gets back to the line of scrimmage, and that's it. So we're going to see about a 45-yard field goal attempt here from Houston with 1:50 to go in the first half. They're up 13-7. I'm fixing to turn the Arizona game on. Y'all got me distracted, and we didn't bet the Arizona game, and I bet you it's too late now. No, it's not. What are we betting in the Arizona game? Kansas State or Arizona? Who's winning, Kansas State or Arizona? First comment I see. Zona if you aren't a moron. All right. Well, fuck. Hold on. Now I'm confused because I am a moron. So does that mean I should bet K-State? All right. We are going to go... Arizona. All right. We're on Arizona. I got it in. We're on Arizona. Let's get that game turned on. Well, I'll leave the Colorado game on. We'll keep it Colorado game in the middle. We'll turn Arizona on over here on the side. If we all have Arizona, then that probably means Kansas State's winning. That's usually how it goes. Well, ask the rigged guy. The guy that said football is rigged. Who's it rigged for? Who's winning? Let us know who's winning. Here comes the field goal for Houston. Looks good. Is good. 16-7 now the score. Kansas State and Arizona. This game's coming on Fox for those of you who want to watch along at home. Arizona at home against Kansas State on Fox, the Colorado-Houston game we've been watching on ESPN. Elections are rigged. Well, anytime the thing, the person, the team, whatever that you want to win loses, it's rigged. That's the society we live in now. It's like a participation trophy for your entire life. You know, you can never be a loser, because if you lose, it's rigged. So I didn't really lose, or my guy didn't really lose, or my team didn't really lose, or whatever it is. Hey, it's rigged. That's a product of participation trophy culture over the last 20 or 30 years. Used to be when you lost, you went, okay, all right, how can we improve? What can we do to get better? What can we add? All that. Now it's just, it was rigged. We didn't really lose. Whatever it is, your team. Look, same thing, college football, right? NFL, whatever. Your team loses. You go to my comment section. What's the first thing you see? Referees blew this, such and such paid the referees. You see it. That way you don't have to admit your team fucking sucks and they lost again. You just blame it on the referees. Or if you're Ohio State, you blame it on what fucking the weather. Blame it on whatever. Anything besides admitting that you lost. That's the key. Just don't ever admit you lost. All right, the Arizona game is on, and they're already down in the red zone. Arizona with the ball first. They've already got it down in the K-State red zone. Colorado's got the ball back with about a minute to go. They're down 16-7 in the first half. Lou's physique is better than most professional wrestlers. Well, you might be getting a little carried away there with that. Yeah. Wrestling is about as real as the Vols 98 Natty. Dang, is the Vols 98 Natty not real? Uh-oh, big play Colorado across midfield all the way to the Houston 43-yard line. Colorado in business here with a minute to go. You know, Houston has dominated the first half, but they've had to settle for field goal. They've only scored one touchdown. What is this, one touchdown and 3 field goals for Houston? One touchdown, 3 field goals, but Colorado, if they can score here, then it's going to be a 2-point game at halftime. And hell, even if they kick a field goal, it's a 1-score game. Arizona's 2nd and 7 now on the K-State 22. First possession of the game for Arizona. They're in a shotgun with 3 wide. Snap, back to throw. Goes deep into the end zone, has a man. Good defense. Incomplete. A little underthrown. Gave the defender time to catch up with that one and knock it away at the last minute. Wrestling is real if Auburn claims titles in it. Auburn claiming wrestling titles now? Do you remember watch the first BCS title game in '98? I'm sure I watched it. I don't remember. I can't give you details on it, but I was watching football in 1998, so I'm sure I watched it. I know Tennessee won with T. Martin at quarterback. 5 biggest fan bases on here other than Georgia. Tennessee is number 2 for sure. Uh, I don't know if I know who the third is, honestly. Um, I don't know the order after that. It's obvious though that Tennessee is second. I haven't. I mean, that's not scientific. Like I haven't counted, but I can tell it's Tennessee is the second. I don't know if I can tell clearly who's third. I can tell you the fan bases that just have a lot of fans, and it's just the obvious ones. In the SEC, it's Alabama, Florida. Um, Seem to be more Texas fans on my channel right now than Oklahoma fans. Quite a bit of Ohio State fans, Michigan fans. I mean, it's the big brands because they have the most fans. Mississippi State. There's been some Mississippi State fans around over the years. Yeah, I wouldn't say they're top 10, but they've been around. Is it possible, Ibble, for Heupel to reverse the damage he's done to his physique? It's possible for him to reverse the damage he's done to his physique. Yes, probably not possible to reverse the damage he's done to his organs. Yeah, now Texas A&M fans, those Texas A&M is probably the biggest name brand school with the least number of fans on this channel. I can probably count on one hand the number of Texas A&M fans that I can remember over the years being involved with this channel seriously. Now, here's the other thing. When I talk about who watches and who the biggest fan bases are, I'm going off comment sections. And you have to remember, I'll just give you an example. When I upload that Your Season Is Over video, it might have 20 or 30,000 views and 1,000 comments. Most people that watch YouTube don't comment. So there might be a ton of Texas A&M fans just watching my channel, but for whatever reason they're not commenting. So all the answers that I've been giving you, that's based off of the comment section. Is that a touchdown for Colorado? I guess so. Looks like Colorado's going to go down and score a touchdown here at the end of the first half. So we're going to have like a 2-point game headed to halftime, which is crazy when you consider that, Houston dominated this game. It looks like a fumble to me before he got in the end zone, recovered by Colorado, though. What about Auburn fans? Or they not know how to use technology? Yeah, there's been a lot of Auburn fans around. Yeah, a lot of Auburn fans around over the years. A lot around now. And honestly, I haven't had very many. Like, there's not a lot of times I sit around going, man, these Auburn fans are dumb. You know what I'm saying? Like, most of the Auburn fans that have been around here are pretty reasonable. Which I can't believe I'm saying that out loud, but I'm thinking about it now, and I don't really remember. Well, there was one. He used to have a channel. There was an Auburn fan that had a channel. He did basically what I do. He just wasn't any good at it. So he doesn't do it anymore. But now he was a complete moron. He was half a retard. But as far as the comment section goes, the Auburn fans around here have been pretty good. Yeah, Florida State fans. Now, I'm not going to lie, there's a lot less Florida State fans around here now than there were. The peak of the Florida State fandom around here was during the season in 2023. When they got shafted from the playoffs, a lot of them, look, a lot of Florida State fans quit watching football when that happened. And they definitely quit coming around YouTube channels and shit, but there's some stuck and are still here. Oregon covers 28.5 at Northwestern, right? Probably, but I don't bet spreads that big. I don't bet games. First of all, I don't generally bet a game that I'm not going to watch, and I'm not going to watch that game because I think Oregon's going to blow them out. And I don't like to bet spreads that are that big anyway, because a lot of times you end up with weird shit happening in the second half when a team takes out all their starters. So I usually, if I wanted to bet the Oregon Northwestern game, I would bet the first half. If the line is 28.5, then you can probably bet the first half at like -17. In fact, I'll look it up for you. But my guess would be the first half would be like -17 or something. But where is it? It's -15. See, I would rather bet Oregon first half -15 than Oregon whole game -28.5. Does it mean I'm more likely to hit it? Hell, I'm not saying it's a better bet in terms of you win more. I'm just saying my philosophy on it is I get nervous with those big spread games because teams sometimes put the woozies in the second half, and then who knows what's going to happen. Sometimes, Oregon could be up by 35 in the third quarter, bench all their starters, right? Northwestern scores one touchdown in the last minute of the game, and now you lose the bet because Oregon only wins by 28 instead of 35. So I stay away from it. If I'm going to bet those things, last week with the South Florida game, I did that. I thought Florida was going to win that game, and I thought they were going to win it comfortably. I was worried that South Florida would score a late touchdown and cover the 18 points, so I bet Florida first half. Now, I didn't hit, so again, I'm not telling you that means you hit the bet more. That's just, when spreads get big, I tend to look at first half bets instead of the whole game. Like, I don't ever bet Georgia. Like, Georgia hasn't covered the spread in either of its first two games. I haven't lost a dime. I don't bet on Georgia when those spreads are 30 and 40 points because they never cover. I think my tooth is infected. What are they going to do to me? Well, they're probably going to pull it out. Lou, would you say that I'm reasonable? Donovan, you're a good example of somebody that I'm glad you stuck around, even though in the beginning I didn't want you to, because you were pretty stupid in the very beginning. You were crying nonstop in my comment section that my videos were too long while you were busy watching every single one and commenting on every single one. And then you said you were going to make a video summarizing my video and make it shorter. And I told you I didn't think you had the ability to do it. We went back and forth in the comments section, and it turns out I was right. You didn't have the ability to do it because you never did it. But ever since then, you've been great. Yes, ever since then, you've been great. But a lot of people start out that way. A lot of people come in hot because usually. Sorry, I was watching this play on Kansas State. Still no score, Kansas State, Arizona. Most people find my channel because I made a video talking about their team. So in other words, let's say Donovan's an Auburn fan. So let's say Donovan's on YouTube and he's looking up Auburn videos. He might come across an Uncle Lou video talking about Auburn. Well, if I make a video talking about Auburn, it's probably a bunch of jokes and I'm mispronouncing the players' names on purpose and I'm using words like trash and garbage and hot doo-doo, and people might think it's funny, but because it's about their team, they get mad. So a lot of the first interaction I have with people is, sorry, I don't know why I left that other screen up. A lot of the first interactions I have with people is confrontational, because they're mad about something I said about their team. But usually if people stick around for over a week, they watch 2 or 3 videos, maybe they're an Auburn fan and they're mad about something I said about Auburn, but then they go and they watch an Alabama fan and maybe they see me shitting on Alabama, so they think that's funny. They tune into a call-in show and they sort of figure out that we're all just kind of the same here. We just kind of like talking trash about college football. Then they usually stick around. But I do have an argumentative nature. I always have since when I was a kid. I've always liked to argue and I've always loved college football. And college football is the perfect sport for people who like to argue because so many things about college football are subjective instead of objective. Like rankings, who should be in the playoffs, the never ending conversation about is 2019 LSU better than 2001 Miami or what, like all those kinds of things that can never be proven one way or the other. But as college football fans, we'll argue about it from now to the end of time. So being argumentative fits well with college football. So for people who feel about college football the same way I do, I think they enjoy this kind of channel because they can come and hang out in the comment section and they can talk trash about football and some and you know their rivals and whatever else. But it's that's all it is. It's just trash talk about football. Sometimes people get carried away. I mean, you know, but here's what it is. Do you think too many SEC teams are ranked with 11? Well, it depends on your philosophy on ranking teams. I will probably never have 11 SEC teams ranked because my ranking system is a combination of where I feel like a team deserves to be ranked based on results on the field combined with just kind of how good I think a team is. So do I think that 11 of the best 25 teams in the country are SEC teams? I don't know if it's 11, but it's close to 11. But I would never have 11 teams ranked in my top 25, especially once we get into conference play, because I have this weird philosophy with sports that losing should matter, which is becoming... I don't understand this idea of, that people have nowadays that of losing not mattering. Losing matters. Being in a hard conference is not a reason to get into the playoffs. You have to win your games. You know, on one hand, they cry because they want the regular season to matter and you know, the playoffs are, I want the regular season to matter. And then when teams lose in the regular season and it comes time to pick playoff teams, they want those regular season games to somehow not matter. And that's the disconnect I have with a lot of SEC people. I don't care whether or not a 9-3 SEC team could beat an 11-1 Big Ten team. Well, let me take that back. It's not that I don't care. I don't think that is should be a playoff determination. An 11-1 team from the Big Ten should get into the playoffs ahead of a 9-3 SEC team 100% of the time. Period. That's just. It doesn't matter whether I think that 9-3 team could beat that 11-1 team. That's irrelevant to me. That's irrelevant to me. You shouldn't have lost 3 games. Still no score. K-State and Arizona. 8.5 minutes to go in the first quarter. Kansas State with the ball. Avery Johnson refuses to cut his hair no matter how bad Kansas State gets. 3rd and 12. They're on the Arizona 25-yard line. Johnson back to throw. Under pressure. Sacked all the way back at the 34. It's going to be 4th and 1,000,000. 4th and oblivion now for Kansas State. They'll have to settle for a long field goal. Yeah, Avery Johnson has gotten worse every year that he's played college football. The best game Avery Johnson ever played was the first game he ever played, the bowl game 2 years ago. Ever since then, he's gotten progressively worse. No political correctness on this channel. Yeah, for the most part, that's true. Field goal up. Field goal good. Kansas State takes an early 3-0 lead on the road at Arizona. Yeah, for the most part, that's true. We don't do the whole political correctness deal around here. I do try to avoid political conversation because y'all get mad and quit watching. Unless I say something you agree with. If I say something you disagree with, then you say keep politics out of sports. If I say something you agree with, then you have no problem with it. So I try to stay away from it. I don't always do that. Sometimes I fuck up and make a political comment here and there, but I do make an effort to not talk politics because y'all get extremely mad and quit watching. What's up, DCW? Is Edwards still hurt with Kansas State? I haven't watched enough of the game to know if he's playing, but it was announced earlier today that he's cleared to play. So I'll pay attention the next time. Actually, let's look at the stats and see if he has any stats. He was cleared to play earlier today. I haven't watched enough plays of that game to know. Yeah, he is playing. He's only got one carry so far, and it's for -2 yards. But he is playing. He is playing. The libtards get mad. Well, I'm sure libtards get mad when they go somewhere and hear something they disagree with, but on this channel, it's the other way around. Who wins in a dance-off, Pate versus Lou? A dance-off? I'm not a great dancer, but I have a feeling Pate might be worse of a dancer than me. So I'm actually going to go with me on that one. I think I might win that one. Both sides get mad. It's not one or the other. Both sides get mad when they hear something they disagree with. It's not one or the other. It's both. So it's not. So I just don't do it. Because I do lean mostly one way, but not all the way that way. I have beliefs on both sides. So I can't do it because I piss both sides off, and then I end up with nobody watching. If I say something the left doesn't like, they quit watching, and then the next day I might say something the right doesn't like, then they quit watching, then I got nobody left to watch me because both sides get mad. I'm pretty down the middle. Can I give you a dance? I only do that on the OnlyFans page. You have to go to my OnlyFans page for that. The left gets mad when you say boys can't be girls. Yes, the left gets mad when you say boys can't be girls, and the right gets mad when you tell that one girl to shut the fuck up. She came in 5th fucking place. It doesn't really matter that a guy came in first. You came in fucking 5th. It's not like you would have won. So both sides get mad. There's a guy on Twitter today. I made a Tennessee post. It said, it was actually a compliment too. It said, this is the first year in a long time that I think Tennessee fans aren't completely retarded for thinking that Tennessee can beat Georgia. Because I do think Tennessee's got a chance to win tomorrow. That was the tweet. That was the tweet. I think this is the first year Tennessee fans aren't retarded for thinking Tennessee has a chance to win. An Auburn fan replied and said, I'm unsubscribing from your YouTube channel if you don't tweet an RIP to Charlie Kirk. Well, bye. Bye. Forget what it is he told me to tweet. I'm not tweeting anything somebody tells me to tweet. I'm just not doing. You tell me to do something, that's the best way to get me not to do it. I had somebody email me 2 days ago. Lou, stick to football. Don't post anything political on Twitter anymore. I emailed him back, and I should show you the email. And he goes, I'm a financial supporter of your channel. I'm telling you this because it's good advice. I emailed him back and I said, buddy, who the fuck do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Who in the right mind would even... I can't even fathom sitting down and going, I think I should tell some other grown man what he can and can't post on Twitter. Let me email him and tell him what he can or can't post on Twitter. I literally replied, who the fuck do you think you are? A financial supporter of the channel? Sending me a $2 super chat doesn't give you the right to tell me what to say or do, buddy. What is wrong with people? So that's why I stay away from it on here. Because both sides get mad. Arizona looking like a first and goal here inside the 5. They're down 3. You know, part of the problem with politics on both sides too is that people identify who you are by who you vote for. Like, people will ask me all the time, are you a liberal? Are you a conservative? Well, I'm Lou. I'm not in a box, but if I'm liberal, that's something that I am. That's not who I am. Or if I'm conservative on something, that's part of what I am, not who I am. I don't understand the us versus them thing. I don't think somebody that votes differently than me is somehow my enemy. I just don't look at things that way. I mean, half the country votes one way, half the country votes the other. I'm not going to walk around every day acting like 50% of the people are my enemy. I don't know. I've just never looked at it that way. Both sides do it, but one side does it 10-1. I'm going to go out on a limb and say, whatever side you disagree with, that's the side that you think does it 10. And the side that you agree with is the side that you think does it 1. And the problem with that is the other side thinks the opposite. So the other side thinks your side does it 10-1. That's part of the problem. Another part of the problem is most of this crap is online. It's not like 80 or 90% of the people really feel the way that it seems when you scroll through Twitter for an hour. That's not normal people on there. When you go to the grocery store, there's not people in line arguing about politics. That doesn't happen. It only happens online. But it gets amplified online, and it makes it seem like there are more of those people than there really are. I mean, I've voted for Republicans, I've voted for Democrats, I've voted for third-party candidates, I've written in my own candidates that weren't even on the ballot. I don't really... I don't know. I don't really fit on either side or the other, I don't think. Yeah, Kansas State losing again. What a shock. We took Arizona first half, so hopefully that works out. Politics should never be your personality. Yeah, some people have wrapped up their entire online identity around politics, and that gets toxic after a while. I don't want to call anybody out specifically, and I'm not trying to. So if what I'm about to say applies to you, I'm not talking about you specifically. But if I see anybody on the internet anywhere whose profile picture is a politician, I immediately pay no attention to anything they say. Or if their name or if their online name is politically identifiable somehow. I completely just discount anything they say from that point forward. What about the fathead of Vance? That meme was pretty funny. I don't think I saw that. Who you talking about, Vance? Who? JD Vance? I don't think I saw that. Some people make sports their identity. Well, if you do sports for a living, it's probably a good idea to do that. Lou, when people use the word yes, yes. I made a post about that on Twitter a couple of months ago. I said, if you have SZN at the end of your Twitter name, I don't take you seriously anymore. What started that? I don't know what started that. But you see, I see all these names on Twitter that it'll be like DJ Lagway season. That's their Twitter name. First of all, that's weird to me. It's weird to me that you would create your own Twitter account, but then name it after another man. That's weird to me. So I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. Some of y'all might have that, and if you do, that's fine. I think that's weird. I think your Twitter name should have something to do with you. But see, that's another problem with Twitter, is the anonymity part of it. Very few people on Twitter are operating under real profile pictures or real names or anything like that. So that's another reason why they say some of the stuff on there that they say that they would never say in real life. What's my thoughts on Josh Heupel as a coach? I think he's a good coach, top 10 to 15-ish in the country. Where was I at the first time I heard Ice Ice Baby? I'm not sure. Probably in my room listening to a radio. I mean, I'm 47 years old. That song came out in the early 90s. Back then, we had jam boxes and boom boxes in our rooms and stuff when we were a kid. I'll tell you this. I went to a Vanilla Ice concert when I was in 7th grade, I think. It was... there was a female group. It was three girls and a female group. Shit. Who was it? I can't remember the female group's name now. Not TLC. It was before that. It was before TLC was popular, like in my high school years. This was before TLC. It's gonna drive me crazy now, not being able to remember who that was. Anyway, it was a female. Was it In Vogue? That's gonna drive me crazy. Anyway, it was a female R&B group. They were the first act. Vanilla Ice was the second act, and MC Hammer was the headliner. I think it was In Vogue. It wasn't SWV. It wasn't Salt and Pepper. I think it was In Vogue. And then Vanilla Ice played in the middle, and MC Hammer was the headliner. I was in 7th grade, I think. One of my aunts took me and all the cousins. Do you think the Auburn win over Baylor looks better or worse after their overtime win versus SMU? I think it looks about the same. I mean, Auburn. I don't know about Auburn's defense. First of all, I don't think Baylor or SMU, either one, are playoff level teams. I think they both have good offenses and no defense at all. But Auburn gave up a ton of yards and points to Baylor, and I don't know that Auburn's played a legitimate defense either. But Auburn has looked good in the games that they played, and that's all you can do up to this point. And you got to remember, I was pretty high on Auburn already, so I don't have a lot of room to go up higher. I mean, I already had them winning, I think, 8 or 9 games, beating Georgia. So I was pretty high on Auburn heading into the season. So I don't have a lot of room to the upside to recalculate. I definitely don't think Auburn is worse. Like, I've got some notes here for a video that I wanted to try to get to this week, and I ran out of time. I might have to get to it next week, but I've got some notes here. Teams so far this season that are better than I thought they would be. Teams this season that are worse than I thought they would be. And, like, Auburn's not on either list. So, but again, I was already high on Auburn at 8 or 9 wins. So they're not worse than that from what I've seen so far. So that's good. They didn't make the worst than I thought list. Can't find it now. I can't find it. It's in here somewhere. In Vogue had 4 members. Well, maybe it was 4 then. I never got into the Spice Girls. Never got into the Spice Girls. Still 7-3, Arizona up over Kansas State. 2 minutes to go in the first quarter. K-State's got the ball at midfield. 1st and 10. They keep it on the ground. Gain of about 5. Second half underway, Colorado and Houston. Colorado scored at the end of the first half to make this thing a game. 16-14. Houston with a 2-point lead. Third quarter just underway. Houston has the ball on their own 45. 4th and 1. They're lined up to go for it on their own 45 on 4th and 1. Who do you think Georgia beat LSU if they played in the SEC championship? I mean, there's so much that can happen between now and then. I've got no idea. Could they? Yeah. I mean, those are two good teams. Could they beat them? Yeah. What would my pick be in that game? I have no idea. A lot of football to be played between then and now. I mean, I picked Georgia to win the SEC in the preseason, so I mean, I might come off of that if they lose this weekend, but I'm not going to come off of my Georgia pick to win the SEC as long as they're undefeated. Houston picked up that first down. Now on first down, they gain about 6 or 7 through the air. 1st and 10 for K-State now inside the Arizona 40, going deep into double coverage. What an interception. Oh, he dropped it. Oh my God, that would have been an unbelievable. You remember the one-handed touchdown catch the guy made at the goal line last week? This was almost the same thing but an interception, but the guy dropped it when he hit the ground. It would have been an unbelievable interception. Look at this safety for Arizona. I guess that's a safety. Look at that. Wow. Just couldn't hold on to it when he hit the ground. Incomplete pass. Look at that one-handed. Look at that. Oh. Close. All right, 2nd and 10 now. K-State with the ball still. They're going to hand it off. Looks like Dylan Edwards. Nowhere to go, though. No gain on that one. 3rd and 10 coming up now for K-State. Beatles overrated. Well, they were way before my time, but in general, I don't get the Beatles hype either. There's a few of their songs that I really like, but I never really got into the Beatles. So, like, you know, them being the greatest band of all time or whatever like that, I don't know. Congratulations to K-State for having the first ever female quarterback. What, because he's got long hair? You ever heard of Trevor Lawrence? There's been lots of quarterbacks with long hair. Any South Carolina fans in here? Who remembers Steve Tannehill? Who remembers Steve Tannehill from like the early 2000s? I don't even know what fight you're talking about, so probably not watching it. I don't really get into the combat sports. The only ones I watch are like the super big ones that like get blown up. Who am I taking in Vandy USC? I like Vandy to win and Vandy to cover at home at night. Hard to win there. And I just think South Carolina's a better team. I mean, everybody wants to talk about Diego Poverty and Lenore Sellers, and I get it, they're quarterbacks. But beyond Diego Poverty, the best players on the field are on South Carolina's team. Dylan, what's the guy's name? Dylan, the edge rusher for South Carolina. Fuck. I was about to say Dylan Edwards, but that's and Nick Harbor, the tight end wide receiver. Dylan Stewart, thank you. I had Dylan Edwards on my mind from the Kansas State game. Dylan Stewart, yeah. Dylan Stewart and Nick Harbor, like, Vanderbilt doesn't have that, you know. I think South Carolina wins at home. I think they've got the better players overall. They're at home, it's at night. I think South Carolina finds a way to get it done. This Auburn team reminds me of 2014 Ole Miss with Bo Wallace, stud wide receivers. I didn't watch any of the Auburn game this past weekend. I watched all the Auburn-Baylor game. Was Auburn able to throw the ball at all this past weekend? Because Jackson Arnold looked like dog shit throwing the ball against Baylor. Now, he was under pressure the whole game because Auburn's offensive line couldn't block worth of shit, but I didn't watch any of the Auburn game this past weekend. I probably won't watch Auburn again until the... Who do they play between now and Georgia? Well, like tennis? No. How's the Colorado game? It looked like it was going to be a blowout. Houston dominated the first half, but it kept kicking field goals. And then Colorado scored at the end of the first half, so it's only a 2-point game, 16-14. So it's actually a close game, even though Houston is pretty much dominated. Houston had 4 scoring drives, but only 1 touchdown. The rest were field goals, whereas Colorado scored twice, touchdowns both times. So it's 16-14. Houston's got the ball on the Colorado 45. 3rd and 1, they pick up the first down. Remember the Titans? Remember the Titans is a good movie. The Program is the best football movie ever made. It's old, and a lot of y'all hadn't seen it. It came out, I think, in 94. But it came out in the 90s. But it's the best football movie ever made, period. If you haven't seen The Program, you need to find a way to watch it. It's an unbelievable movie. This the guy they kicked Will Howard out for? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yep. Avery Johnson. Yep. Octavian for president. Now, that's interesting. That is interesting there. Thank you, Thomas Wilson and Nick Koenig, for the super chat. Sorry I was late reading those. I just now noticed them. I apologize for that. Let me put this back up here in case anybody didn't see it earlier. This is the streaming schedule for the rest of week 3. So we're on now. We'll be back on tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. for the kickoff show. That's kind of just a rundown of all the day's games. And then we talk about some other things too, what kind of food we're going to eat that day. We do the rigged wheel, give some money away. And then the streaming schedule for the games tomorrow, the Patreon people voted prime time, but I am going to do 2 streams this week. So since the Patreon people wanted me to stream the prime time games at 7:30 over on Patreon, I'll do the Georgia-Tennessee game at 3:30 here on YouTube. So a lot of people think Tennessee is going to win. So if they are winning, you'll be able to come over to YouTube and troll me in real time tomorrow. If that ends up happening. So YouTube stream tomorrow at 3:30, the Patreon stream tomorrow night at 7:30, and there are some unbelievable games tomorrow night. Notre Dame and Texas A&M, Florida and LSU, Vandy and South Carolina. All 3 of those in prime time over on the Patreon page tomorrow night. So if you want to check out the Patreon page, the link is in the description of the video, and I'll post a link in the chat there too. But I stream every week on Patreon, and then sometimes I also stream a different time slot on YouTube. Like last week I only did the Patreon stream. But this week, since they voted for prime time and Georgia's playing Tennessee at 3:30, I figured I'd come on YouTube and do that one, and maybe y'all will get a chance to watch me lose. Yeah, Remember the Titans is a good movie. Yeah, it's a good movie. But The Program is better. Tennessee hadn't beaten Georgia, what is this, 8 years now? Yeah, Georgia's beat them 8 years in a row. And it hasn't even been close. There really hasn't even been any close games in that 8-year period. Field of Dreams. Field of Dreams is a good movie. I mean, I get why it won all the awards and everything. Obviously, some great performances in that movie. But I like Major League. Major League is my favorite baseball movie of all time. It's probably not as good of a movie overall as something like Field of Dreams that has like this bigger, deeper meaning, you know. But it's fucking hilarious. Major League. I love Major League. It's so funny. So funny. I didn't really like Bull Durham. I know it's real popular, and people are going to tell me I'm retarded, and I am a little retarded, to be honest. But I didn't really like Bull Durham. Caddyshack's favorite golf movie. Oh, the Caddyshack movies are great. Yeah, Bill Murray is amazing in the Caddyshack movies. He's got a smaller role, but he's really good in those movies. Bill Murray. He plays the grounds crew guy that's chasing the gopher the whole time or whatever. Lou, are you scared about tomorrow? What's happening tomorrow? Is something happening that I don't know about? Is there something happening I should be afraid of? Great games tomorrow, Lou. Looking forward to the streams. Thank you, LV. Yeah, me too. Great games tomorrow. Better than week 2. I liked week 2. I didn't understand. I thought week 2 got a bad rap. I thought people were mistreating week 2. There were some good games in week 2. There are better. It's better games in week 3. The Tennessee game, you should be. You get scared of football games? Have you ever been scared of a... I'm trying to understand the logic here, but... So you're saying that you sometimes get scared when you watch football games? Started watching when the Vols won in 16, been here 8 miserable years now. Go Big Orange, Vols by 50. Yeah, look, there's a ton of Tennessee fans here, and a lot of them have been here since that game. And for those people, I would be happy that if Tennessee won tomorrow. Like, those people that... Y'all have put up with a lot of shit on this channel. Tennessee fans have. A lot of shit on this channel. And a lot of you are still here. And Tennessee will beat Georgia again at some point. I mean, Georgia's not going to beat Tennessee every year from now to the end of time. It's not going to happen. And tomorrow could be that day. Tomorrow could be that day. I mean, y'all went through the thing with Bama, 15 years, Florida, 11 years. I mean, y'all have been through this before. It just so happens that right now, Georgia's the team you hadn't been able to beat. But you had, look, what was it, a 15-year streak to Bama, 11 or 12-year streak to Florida. You've gotten over those humps. Georgia seems to be the next one. Still 7-3, Arizona up over K-State. We're into the second quarter now, 12 minutes to go. Arizona with the ball, looking at a 2nd and 12 here. They're in the red zone on the K-State 17. Shotgun and 3 wide. This looks like a false start. Everybody moving at different times there. Probably going to back Arizona up on that one. If you lose tomorrow, you will still defend Mike Bobo. It depends how the game goes. I mean, do we lose 30-3 or do we lose 45-41? I mean, you got Georgia fans that blame Bobo for losing to Alabama last year. You even have non-Georgia fans that are just completely retarded like you who do it. But there is no game where you score 40, lose, and it's the offensive coordinator's fault. That's not a thing. So it depends on how the game goes. I will blame the loss on whoever causes the loss. That's the difference between me and somebody like you. You have a very basic understanding of football or really anything in general. And so you just blame whoever you don't like. Whereas I watch the game and blame whoever does something wrong because I have the ability to do that and you don't. Everybody has things that they're good at. I'm good at doing this, watching football, talking about it, all that. You're good at typing the dumbest shit imaginable in my comments section. Last time I met a Tennessee fan in person, I congratulated them and hoped they would win it all. They proceeded to get beat down. Spencer Rattler in South Carolina. That was one of the funniest losses of all time on this channel here. Big play, Arizona inside the 15 down to the 12. It was 3rd and 16, though. Only picked up about 10. So 4th down and about 6 or 7 coming up for Arizona on the K-State 7. And they're keeping the offense on the field. This is retarded. It's 7-3 in the second quarter. Kicked the field goal, but they're lined up to go for it, 4 wide. Now, maybe they're just trying to draw him off sides. I don't know. But they're lined up. He's talking to the wide receivers, moving pieces around. 15 seconds on the play clock. I don't know if they're trying to draw him off or if they're really going for it here on 4th and 6. Looks like they're just trying to draw him off sides here. Probably going to take a timeout. Yeah, they're going to take a timeout, most likely kick the field goal. That's the right decision, go up by a touchdown. It's 7-3. A field goal makes it a 7-point game. Houston's kicker alone almost has as many points as Colorado, and I don't know if that's an insult or a compliment. Yeah, that's the problem in these types of games. You dominate the game, and then you find yourself up by a couple of points because you can't score touchdowns. You just keep kicking field goals. And they just did it again. They're up 19-14. They've only scored one touchdown. They got 4 field goals and 1 touchdown. And Colorado's only down 5 because they can't push it in when they get down there. Do you like the football movie We Are Marshall? Yeah. We Are Marshall, good movie. Yeah, Matthew McConaughey. Arizona, come on now. I need you. Yeah, we bet Arizona first. What did we do? What bet did we do? Arizona first half, right? I said I would do whatever the comment section said. Didn't we do Arizona? Did we do first half or whole game? I don't even remember. I make so many bets I can't keep up with. We did Arizona first half. Okay, good. We should win this one. And all we need to do, they only need to win. There is no spread. It was a pick 'em. So we just need Arizona to be winning at halftime, and we win $50. Yep. Is the Colorado defense good? No, I haven't seen Houston punt the ball. I mean, Houston's going up and down the field. They get in the red zone and they fuck up and have to kick field goals. But no, I would not describe the Colorado defense as good. I'll look up the total yards in a minute, but Houston must have 300 yards already. Let's look up the yards. Let's look up the yardage. Houston's going up and down the field like a track meet. Houston has 150 yards passing, 139 yards rushing. So they've got 290 yards of offense halfway through the third quarter. So they're on track to get 500 yards in this game. Colorado with the ball now, though, after that last Houston field goal. They're on their own 37, looking at a 2nd and 8. Back to throw. Scrambling out to the right, throws back across his body. Incomplete, dangerous throw. 3rd and 8 coming up for Colorado. 3rd string quarterback for Colorado. They benched the starter, Caden Salter, skipped over the number 2, true freshman Julian Lewis, and have started 3rd stringer Matt Staub on the road against Houston here. 19-14 the score. 3rd and 8 coming up for Colorado. Indiana must be good. They're winning 73-0. Yeah. Yeah, that's what that means. Here comes that field goal attempt for Arizona after calling a timeout. Colorado incomplete pass on 3rd down. They'll have to punt again. Snap, hold, kick. Kick is up. Kick is good. 10-3 now your score. Arizona up 7 over K-State. 10:28 to go in the first half. I'll shave my nuts if Georgia loses. You should have already been doing that. You should have already been doing that. I just bowled a 211. That's pretty mid. Biggs Mike. All right, buddy. We'll be here, man. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you tomorrow. Is 24 points a ton of points for a defense to give up in one game? No. It's too many, but it's not a ton. No. I think, I've said this a million times, if you give up 24 or 25 points, you should win 99% of your games. All the rules in college football are geared towards the offensive side of the ball. You can't look at the quarterback or it's a penalty. Targeting calls in the secondary, pass interference, phantom for no reason. You should be able to score 30 points a game in college football with your eyes closed. So if you have a defense that gives up 24 points, you should win 90% of your games. Is the K-State offense bad or something? Well, the team is bad, but yeah, the offense is too. Yeah, K-State's one of the most disappointing teams to me this year. Yeah, it's been another 3 and out for Colorado. They are that bad. Uncle Lou eats corn a long way. Well, you eat bananas because of the shape. When is the next hype and hate video? I don't know. I have no idea. No idea. Lou, do you have faith in Bobo still? Yeah. But we'll see what he does this week. Mike, you still mad Ohio State has the highest winning percentage of all time? That is, do they? Does Ohio? I didn't know that. I know Ryan Day has the highest winning percentage of any coach of all time. Who do you think is winning the Big 12? God, I have no fucking idea. Anybody that says they do is lying. I have no clue. How many choices do I get? Utah. I still think Arizona State could win it, even though they lost to Mississippi State. Utah, Arizona State, Iowa State, BYU, Texas Tech, Baylor. How many choices do I get? That thing's wide open. How do I stand up and watch these games the whole time? I generally stand up whether I'm streaming or not. Now, if I'm not streaming, I will attempt to sit down every once in a while, but every time something good, exciting, or stupid happens, I immediately jump up and I'm standing right here yelling at the TV. So I'm kind of used to standing up during the games anyway. I have wondered, though, how long I'll be able to do this into the future. I don't know. I mean, I'm 47 years old. I have wondered, like, well, will I be able to do this when I'm 60? Like, I don't know. I'm going to try. But I actually like standing up during the games. I don't like sitting down. I can't, like I said, I can't stay seated, really. Every time something happens, I jump up anyway, so. I'm good at typing only slightly retarded stuff in your comment section. Yeah, that puts you like in the top 5%, though, IQ-wise, of everybody in here. And those two teams didn't count wins against high schools? I don't know what that's about. Who has the highest winning percentage of all time? First and 10 for Kansas State. They're down 7. Handoff on first down. One of their better plays of the day. Picks up 6 yards. 2nd and 4 coming up now for K-State. Georgia wins by 14, 31-17. I don't know. I think this is going to be close. I know that's like the typical score of every Georgia-Tennessee game the last 4 or 5 years. It's been somewhere around there. Georgia's won by between 14 and 20 points every year for as long as I can remember. I don't think that's going to be the case. I think it's going to be an ugly game, actually. Very low scoring. How likely is it that I die on stream? I'm not even kidding. I would put it at 30%. Because nothing gets me more worked up than college football. And I stream a lot of college football. And I don't want it to happen, but like I do think there's a possibility that at some point I have a stroke or a heart attack live streaming a college football game. I don't want that to happen, but I would put it at 25 or 30% chance. Now the question would be, would that stroke or heart attack be caused by something that happened in the game, or something one of you dummies says in the comment section that gets me off on one of my rants or something, and I literally just keel over ranting about how shitty Olive Garden is because one of y'all said you enjoyed unlimited breadsticks or something, and I go off on this 10-minute rant about it, and like that's my legacy, that I died shitting on Olive Garden or something. I hope it's something football related if it happens, and not me yelling at one of y'all in the comments section because, you know, whatever reason. Houston with the ball in Colorado territory again, which they've had no problem doing, down inside the 45. would go viral and get a lot of views. Yeah, hopefully it would be enough to pay for the funeral, you know. Hopefully it would get enough views to pay for the funeral. Damn, that's brutal, man. Fuck. Houston going deep. This is going to be pass interference on somebody. I'm assuming Colorado, but both players fell down. Lou, who you betting on tomorrow? Okay, so here's how I do my betting during the college football season. So the lines come out on Sunday. I look at them. I think about it. And then on Monday, if there's any games I really like, I go ahead and bet them. But I bet relatively small amounts on Monday. And then as the week goes on, and maybe I find out more information about a game, or I just become more comfortable about certain games, then I will add to that bet or put a second bet in on that game, or potentially even add more games. So the bets that I have right now that I looked at the beginning of the week, and I said, that's my gut tells me this, so I'm gonna go with that. But these are all low amounts that I might add to or I might not tomorrow. Georgia Tech plus 3.5. Tulane on the money line. West Virginia plus 7. Oregon State plus 24. Miami minus 17. Texas A&M plus 7. Vanderbilt, South Carolina over 48. And then the bet we have on this game, which is Arizona to win the first half. And then I'll add more bets tomorrow, like during the morning show when we're looking at all the games. I'll put bets in, and every time I stream, I let the comment section pick a couple of bets, and I put bets in on whatever the comment section wants. Any thoughts on UCLA chance to pull the upset tonight? I like UCLA big. I'll bet it too. I'll put my money where my mouth is on that one. I'll bet UCLA. I like UCLA big tonight. UCLA minus 16. Here we go. I got it. UCLA minus 16. I think UCLA wins tonight. Lou, turn on UCLA. They're not on. It's not on yet. When's that? It comes on later. Well, I guess it's about to come on now. All right, hold on. I got to turn the third TV on here. Got to turn the third TV on. Hold on. Hold your horses there, bud. Hold your horses there, bud. All right, UCLA and New Mexico. Yeah, so another thing I've been trying to figure out lately. Now, I'm not technologically stupid. I have this is a pretty complicated deal I've got going on. So I'm not a complete idiot. Oh, by the way, I have this custom-built computer that I bought back in 2017 or 2018, and I paid a ridiculous amount of money for it, for the guy to build it, because I was like, look, listen, look here and look, listen. I don't want this thing to have no problems, and I don't want to have to replace this thing for as long as possible. So don't even ask me what I paid for it. It's ridiculous. But anyways, basically, top end of everything you could get at the time. And I get it. You buy it, and then the next week it's outdated already. But point is, it's a great computer, and I've had no problems with it at all. Well, one of the fan banks went out the other day. There's, I don't know how many fans in there, 5 or 6 fans in there, and there's a bank of 3 fans on the top, and they went out, and the computer started overheating. I was like, shit, I have to replace these fans. No idea how to do it, no clue. Anyway, watched the YouTube video, and I was like, oh, that's easy. So I ordered some replacement fans, and anyway, long story short, I took the old fans out, put the new fans in. Everything works just like new. I actually fucking did it. I couldn't believe it. The UCLA game is on the Big Ten Network for any of y'all that want to watch along. So we got UCLA on the Big Ten Network here. We've got Houston and Colorado here on ESPN, and then over on the TV number 3, we've got Arizona hosting Kansas State. So those are the 3 games we're watching now. Game just started. 15 minutes to go in the first quarter, so literally just started. Looks like New Mexico will have the ball first. Is that what I'm seeing here? Yes. New Mexico will have the ball first, so we'll get a look at UCLA's defense there. Oh, anyway, but back to me being technologically retarded in that. So let's say VPNs. Who knows about VPNs? I'm sure there's people in here who know about VPNs. New Mexico with a trick play on the first play of the game. Picks up about 20 yards. Good play for New Mexico. All right, so hear me out on the VPN deal. Hear me out. I'm an idiot when it comes to VPNs. I've never had one, okay? So let me tell you what. Here's what I want to. Okay, I have YouTube TV. All right? YouTube TV only works in the United States. All right? If I were to go to whatever country, let's say Mexico or somewhere in the Caribbean, back-to-back trick plays for New Mexico, the second one no good. Let's say I were to go to Mexico, Caribbean, whatever. But I maintain a address in the United States. I maintain a bank account in the United States. And I maintain a YouTube TV subscription using that address and paid for with that US bank account. But I am physically in New Mexico or fucking Gilligan's Island, whatever. In other words, I'm gone. Can I log into YouTube TV from there and watch YouTube TV the exact same way I'm watching it here? In other words, I'll get all the same channels. Is that a thing? Yes, yes, yes. Everyone's saying yes. All right, here's my second question. All right. Is a VPN software or hardware? In other words, in order to do that with a VPN, does that mean I have to watch YouTube TV on a cell phone or on a laptop or on a computer and I can't watch it on a TV? Can you somehow VPN your TV? I guess is what I'm asking. Houston scored again, 26-14. Yes. Chad says no, use a Fire Stick. How would that work? I don't know what you mean when you say use a Fire Stick. I mean, I know what a Fire Stick is. I mean, I have a Fire Stick in these TVs. And so I'm watching the YouTube app on these, I'm watching YouTube TV on I mean, these are 3 TVs mounted on the wall. They each have a Fire Stick in them, and I have a YouTube TV subscription. So I download the YouTube TV app on the Fire Stick, and now I'm watching YouTube TV. That's what I would do there too. It wouldn't be a hotel TV. Hook your computer up to the TV with an HDMI cord. You have to be able to load the VPN to the Fire Stick. Okay. You can stream on a smart TV that has the app. Yeah, but how do I hook how does the TV work with the VPN is what I'm asking. I know I can right now. I can download a VPN and have it on my computer, and I know what a VPN is, and I can pretend I'm surfing the internet in Poland if I want to. I get that, but how does that work with a TV is what I'm asking. If you brought a laptop, hooked it up to your TV with an HDMI, you could use a VPN on your laptop and stream it to the TV. Okay, and so if I wanted to have a 3 TV setup like I have here, then I would need 3 laptops, right? Tennessee fan here waiting for Nico to shit the bed. You probably won't have to wait long. They do have the ball, so you probably won't have to wait long. Arizona back in the red zone again with a 10-3 lead. 2nd and goal on the 2. They're going to keep it on the ground. Nowhere to go. No gain. 3rd and goal now from the 2. All right, I appreciate y'all's help. Shout out to the 100 people at the UCLA game. Yeah, they asked earlier how many people you think will be there. I think I said 30 or 40. Nobody goes to these games. It's really sad. 2nd and 8 for UCLA. Nico in a shotgun. He's going to hand it off. Has some room off right tackle. Picks up about 6 yards. 3rd and short. 3rd and about 2. Coming up now for UCLA. Going to game day tomorrow. Good luck to your dog. Hey, have fun, man. That's a hell of an experience. I've done it. I've done game day. I've done SEC Nation. That's a lot of fun, man. Have a good time. Have a good time. Download VPN. Yeah, I know how to download a VPN on my computer. But then my question would be to watch YouTube TV on a TV, not on a computer. VPN and the Wi-Fi network. Okay, so is there a way I can like hook a router or something up to a? It sounds like this is way over my fucking head, is what it sounds like here. It sounds like I'm gonna need to hire somebody to do that for me. Is what it sounds like. I'll hire one of y'all to do it for me when the time comes. Point is, I got to get out of Dodge at some point and go live somewhere else. But I want to be able to watch college football and do what I'm doing now. But in Mexico or wherever the fuck I'm at. Nico just completed a pass downfield too. Unbelievable. Ooh, how do you want to be remembered when you retire? Oh God, you know what? That's I don't know. I'd have to put some thought into that one. I don't know. I mean, I would want my kids to be proud of whatever it is I did here in this life, you know. And beyond that, I don't really know. Beyond that, I don't really know. No, I'm never retiring. I'm gonna die on live stream one day. I'm never retiring. Make sure it's a smart TV. Yeah, okay, gotcha. Okay. No, I'm never retiring. Uncle Lou, I'm gonna send you a Kent State helmet. Okay, man, appreciate it. Yeah, appreciate that. I don't have a Kent State helmet, I don't think. H-I-J-K. No, I don't have a Kent State helmet. Am I fleeing? Yeah, hadn't you heard the Civil War is starting soon? And unlike a lot of y'all, I'm not pretending to be excited about that. I'm getting get the fuck out of here if that happens. That was a joke, by the way. FSU plays Kent State next weekend. Oh, yeah? Uncle Lou, what are you pointing at? What am I? I don't know. What am I pointing at? What am I pointing at? No, I'm not moving. Not anytime soon. I mean, well, when I say I'm not retiring, I'm never going to quit working. I may ride off into the sunset at some point and be working somewhere else that's more retirement friendly, is what I'm getting at. UCLA is going to have to punt it away on their first possession, so each team's had the ball once, still no score. 0-0. They're going to get UCLA for running into the kicker there. That's going to give New Mexico an extra 15 yards. I really wanted you to talk more shit about those Gators in your prediction video this week. I talked plenty of shit about the Gators in that Your Season Is Over video, but they're down bad, man. They are down bad. Plus, we'll probably have another opportunity to talk shit about them after they get their shit pushed in by LSU tomorrow night. Do you think that the new look Pac-12 next year will make it feel like a Power 5? No. There is no Power 5. The Pac-12 is a Group of 5 league. It's not a... No. No, no, no. Nope. UCLA will beat New Mexico. I hope so. We bet on UCLA minus 15, so I need them to run it up. I need them to run it up. Arizona has scored again, 17-3 now, the lead over K-State. So we got us a winner there, it looks like. We took Arizona in the first half. That's going to pay. I can avoid the war by being apolitical, right? I don't know, because when I see these people talking about the Civil War that's starting tomorrow, and I ask them, who are you fighting? They don't know. They can't, like, I yet really get an answer on, like, I know Mad Guy on Twitter is fighting somebody in the Civil War tomorrow, but I don't know who he's fighting. And when I ask him, he can't tell me. So I don't really know if you can just sit out the Civil War. I don't know how. I don't know what the rules will be. But what I do know is that the majority of people in this country couldn't survive more than about 36 hours without an internet connection. But somehow they're on Twitter begging for Civil War every day. It's really weird. The most likely scenario is that they would be hiding in their bathtub underneath a pile of blankets and towels is likely what would happen. And look, I can't survive it either. So I'm not saying I can do something they can't do. But I'm also not on the internet pretending that I'm excited about some civil war that I'm not joining, that's not starting tomorrow either. Lou, I'm a 30-year-old virgin and I feel sad about it. What should I do? Well, stop being a Tennessee fan and you might get laid. Either that or save up some money and, buy you some company. What side of the Civil War will I fight on? Neither. I'm not fighting in no war. I don't have any enemies. Not in that way. I don't give a fuck who somebody votes for. I'm assuming that's what they mean when they say Civil War. It'll be, if you voted for this person, you're in this army, and if you voted for that person, you're in that army. I don't give a fuck I don't give a fuck who voted for which of. I don't care. I'm not shooting either one of them. So it would be pretty useless to put me in there. Still no score, UCLA, New Mexico. 26-14, a 12-point lead for Houston. 13.5 to go in the fourth quarter of that one. And Arizona up big over K-State in the second quarter. Lou, with all due respect, may the best team win. Good luck, bro. Yeah, good luck to Tennessee, too. And, I mean, I said this earlier, it's not even trash talk. I really feel this way as far as the best team winning goes. If Tennessee is going to win the game, they're going to have the best team. Because I think Georgia, particularly in this series, has a massive coaching advantage. For whatever reason, Kirby Smart and the defensive staff seem to have solved the riddle of the Tennessee offense. So it's going to take Tennessee's players having great games, I think, to beat Georgia. And it could happen tomorrow. Yeah. Bama fanatic. That's how I feel about it. Like, people, we look at war in this country the same way we look at a movie. It's not real to us because it's never came here. War ain't never knocked on your door. You know, it happens over there somewhere, wherever over there is, and you watch fucking anti-aircraft fire on CNN and you think it's cool and all that. You know, it does. It's. I'm serious. I just want you to think right now about what would happen to American society as a whole if we had to go the entire country 7 days with no internet. 7 days, no internet, no TV. This entire country would be burned to the ground by its own people after 7 days of no internet. So I don't buy into a lot of the, you know, I can't wait for the Civil War that's coming tomorrow type crap I see on the internet sometimes, because it's not happening. It's people, I think, have a twisted view of what that world would actually look like if something like that happened. New Mexico with the ball in the red zone. God dang. Is UCLA really going to lose to New Mexico, man? New Mexico's got the ball in the red zone. They're just inside the 15. It's going to be second and 5. No score. Still early in the game, so still a lot of time to go, but they're getting pushed around right now by New Mexico. Nico, I'm overthrow you, just isn't a good QB. He might be good. He's obviously nowhere close to as good as Tennessee fans thought he was going to be, and told everyone else on the planet that he was going to be for 2 years straight. So is he terrible? I don't know that he's terrible, but he's nowhere near the generational type of quarterback that some people led us to believe. Colorado dropping passes downfield. We're winning the Arizona bet. Yeah, thank God, because it's I don't know about UCLA over there, but yeah, we're gonna hit the Arizona bet. We have Arizona to win the first half, and they're up 14 with just a couple of minutes to go. So I feel good about that one. First and goal for New Mexico. Quarterback draw down to the 1. It's gonna be second and goal for New Mexico now at the 1. DJ Wagway. Yeah, everything that Tennessee fans said about Nico was Florida fans have said about Lagway this offseason. Heisman's, Natties, SEC title games, 4,000 yards, best player in the league. Listen, if you take away his stats against the FCS, so if you just look at his stats against FBS teams, not even the Power 5, just FBS, so the group of 5 and the Power 4 opponents that he's played, 10 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. Come on, man. Come on. Come on, man. Y'all sold us a bill of goods on this DJ Wagway speech y'all was giving us. Miami gets smoked tomorrow. I think Miami's going to blow them out. I think Miami wins by 3 touchdowns. So we're on opposite ends of that pick there. When the war starts, stuffed anxiety dinosaurs will be sold out. Yeah. Yeah, there'll be a run on anxiety dolls. Yeah. New Mexico did score, and the extra point is good. So they're up on the road at UCLA 7-0 over Nico. We ought not even call UCLA. We ought to literally just call it Nico. So New Mexico 7, Nico 0. I think Miami blows them out. It's midnight. Yeah, time for that carriage to turn back into a pumpkin. I still think South Florida's a good team. I don't think I don't think there's some sort of a fluke that's going to go 7-5 or whatever. They might be the best Group of 5 team in the country. They might make the playoffs from the Group of 5, you know. But I don't think they're beating Miami on the road. This is a tough task for South Florida. 3 difficult games in a row to start the season. 2 of them on the road, back-to-back weeks here. Probably still celebrating that win against Florida. It's just a bad spot. From a gambling point of view, you have to take Miami in this one. This is a classic letdown spot here in gambling terms for South Florida. So I'm taking Miami and laying the points in that one. Now, from a YouTube perspective, from an Uncle Lou financial point of view, I hope South Florida wins, because that'll be hilarious and that'll be great content for the channel. But I think Miami blows them out. Miami's offensive line is ridiculous. It's insane how good it is. Yeah, Oregon looks good. Against a couple of nobodies. I mean, Oklahoma State is terrible. They're a Power 4 team, so you give them credit for that. But I think people are going to wait and draw conclusions about Oregon after that trip to Penn State here in a couple of weeks. Miami has a beast O-line, but their QB is suspect. Are you retarded? The guy, he was like 19 of 20 this past. Did you not watch the Notre Dame game? What? You don't think Carson Beck's any good? What's the matter with you? Will Oregon cover the points tomorrow? I don't know. If they want to, they will. I mean, I don't bet games when the point spreads get that high against nobody teams, because you don't know. Oregon could take all their starters out in the third quarter. So the spread is 28.5. We talked about this earlier. The spread's 28.5. Okay, let's say Oregon's up 35 points in the fourth quarter. They take all the starters out. The other team scores a garbage touchdown with 1 minute to go in the game against Oregon's fifth-string defense. Now Oregon only wins by 28 instead of 35. You lose your bet. I don't bet games when the point spreads get that high. I mean, Oregon might win by 50 or 60. So I'm not telling you not to bet it. I don't bet games either way when the point spreads get that high. It's just not exciting to me to bet on those kinds of games. I'm not a professional bettor or a professional gambler. Do I want to make money when I bet on the games? Sure. Is that why I'm doing it? No. I do it for entertainment. It makes the games more exciting to me. And so I'm not going to bet on a game that I'm not going to watch. And I'm not going to watch that Oregon game, so I'm not going to bet on it. Oregon doesn't play Ohio State unless in the championship game of the playoffs. Yeah, that's right. They play at Penn State coming up in a couple of weeks. Joshua Toporek, thank you for the super chat. Sorry I missed that a few minutes ago. He says, how was your week, Lou? Any upsets you think are happening? Well, I had a good week. Well, other than the air conditioner going out. I swear, it's always during football season when this shit happens too, which is the worst. Almost anything could happen to me in May, and I'm like, I don't give a fuck. It's May. No one's watching. You know, I don't have that much work to do anyway. But when shit happens during football season, I don't know what, it just seems like that's always the case. But anyway, our air went out yesterday late, like 5 in the afternoon. We were like, why is it so hot in here? Well, it turns out the air conditioner wasn't working. I went out there to look at it, the AC unit outside. The whole fan and pump and everything, and it looked like a bomb went off inside of there. And I was like, what the fuck? So I called them. Well, of course, they can come out last night for $1,000 after-hours emergency fee thing or whatever. And it's not that hot here, honestly. It's getting up to about 83 during the day and like 65 at night. And by this time yesterday, it was already 5 o'clock. It was already starting to cool off. I was like, no, we'll just wait till tomorrow. Well, turns out they come out here and turns out they got to order 2 parts that they need. They don't have in stock the 2 parts that they need. They have to order them. And because today's Friday, they won't be until Monday. So now I'm without air conditioning until sometime Monday. But like I'm standing in here now, it's not bad. I got a ceiling fan. You can't see it, but I have one of those oscillating fans over here. You know, it turns like that. I've got the window open over here. We've got windows open all over the house. It's really not that bad. It does get kind of warm in here 3-4 in the afternoon, like the sort of the hottest part of the day, 2-3-4 in the afternoon. If it's 83, 84 degrees outside, it's that in here. But as soon as the sun goes down, which this time of year is around 6:30, 7, as soon as the sun starts to go down, it cools off pretty quick. Like I'm not sweating or anything in here. Is it hotter in here than I would like it to be? Yeah, of course. I don't have any air conditioning. But it could have been, if this would have happened in July, I would have had to go stay at a hotel or something. You know, in July it's 100 and something degrees here every day. There's no way I'd have to go stay in a hotel. But it hasn't been that bad. It hasn't been that bad. Ever been to Mexico? Not really. The reason I say not really, I've been on cruises that ported in Mexico, but those are touristy trap. You know, it's not the real. So not really. I've spent a day in Mexico a couple of times because a cruise ship I was on ported there. But I haven't like, hey, let's take a vacation to Mexico. No, I've never done that. UCLA is doo-doo. Yeah, it looks that way. It looks that way. Now they just turn the ball over. They're already down 7-0. Now they turn it over. I don't feel bad for Nico one bit. I don't. I really hate rooting against players, and it's very rare that there's a college football player that I just don't like for some reason. I don't like Nico. I don't like Nico. I didn't like Baker Mayfield. I didn't like Josh Rosen. There's been very few college football players that I just didn't like. I don't like Nico. And he just fumbled the fucking ball here and turned it over. Actually, now that I'm looking at it, he might have been down. Oh, wait a minute. Was that Nico? Was that number 6 or number 8? I can't tell. Might not have been Nico. I can't tell now. I don't think that's Nico. That's the running back, I think. Yeah, so it wasn't Nico. Anyway, I don't like not liking college players. I don't have a problem not liking teams. I don't even have a problem like talking shit about a player if they play bad. That's different than not liking them, like on a personal level. I don't like Nico. I don't like Baker Mayfield. I don't like Josh Rosen. There may have been a few others over the years, but right now... Oh, I tell you what I didn't like. Is that Auburn fan still in here? That fucking Nick Fairley. Fuck him. I don't like that. That's one of the dirtiest fucking piece of shit football players I've ever seen. Fuck Nick Fairley, too. Your thoughts on the game tomorrow in Voltard terms? How do I think Tennessee will do? This will be... Joey Aguilar's looked good. He's never seen anything like what he will see tomorrow, ever. He's never seen a defense. He's going to be looking across at the best defense he's ever seen in his entire life tomorrow. And I am curious how he plays there. I think it's going to be a low-scoring game. You thought Maffa was dirty? I thought Maffa made one dirty play. He didn't make a habit of it. It wasn't a continual thing with him that I'm aware of. So I wouldn't say that I disliked Maffa. I do think that was a dirty play in that Clemson game last year that he, on his part. But with Nick Fairley, that guy was, I didn't like it. He was doing it all the time. I didn't like him at all. It was not a fumble, so they gave the ball back to UCLA. 3rd and 5, they gained 1 yard, and that's it. Nico on the ground. Nico that time on the ground. 4th and 4, UCLA is gonna have to punt it away, and they can't do shit on offense per normal. Look at these stands. Holy fuck, y'all. Boy, that is embarrassing. That is embarrassing. I'm not shitting you. You can count the people. When they show the stands, you can count 1, 2, 3, 4. This is fucking sad, man. Couldn't happen to a better guy, though. Shout out Nico. Fair catch called on the punt. Fair catch made at the 41. So New Mexico going to have great field position on their own 41 with a 7-point lead over Nico with 1:39 to go in the first quarter. Johnny Manziel, I mean, he was arrogant and cocky, but there's players in college football every year that are arrogant and cocky. I didn't necessarily personally dislike Johnny Manziel. He's just the type of player that when you play his team, like Georgia never played Texas A&M while he was there, but if you play a team that has a player like that on it, like you want to win the game just so that guy will lose. You want to beat him almost more than you want to beat the team. But Georgia never played him. Georgia never played him while he was there. How did UCLA get in the Big Ten? A package deal. They were handcuffed to Southern Cal. Thoughts on Dwight Phillips? He's exciting. I think he's Georgia's best chance to score a 70-yard touchdown run. Might be their only chance of ever scoring a 60 or 70-yard touchdown run. Nobody else has the speed. But he's not somebody that can run the ball 15 times between the tackles. He's not Gurley or Chubb or whatever. He's more DeAndre Swift. I'm not even saying he's that good. I mean the style of runner that he is. He's more of a DeAndre Swift, James Cook type back. Who's more embarrassing, UCLA to the Big Ten or Florida to the SEC? Probably UCLA. Wouldn't you pick Florida? If Florida and UCLA played, is there anybody that would pick UCLA? Like, I think UCLA might be the worst team in the Power Four, y'all. They might be worse than Purdue. I don't know who's the worst teams in whatever conference. UCLA might be the worst Power Four team in the country this year. They look bad. Purdue was one of the worst last year, but I think they're going to be a little better this year. Kind of cool. OSU has a running back named Bo Jackson. Do they really? Ohio State has a running back named Bo Jackson? Well, how about Georgia has a running back named Bo Walker? Who I'm assuming is... Look, if your parents name you Bo Walker, you better end up being a good running back. So he better be good. He's a true freshman at Georgia. Bo Walker. The fuck, man? That's the most SEC running back name of all time. Like, he better end up being good, or I'm going to make him change his name if he's not. You can't have the name Bo Walker and be dog shit. So he better be good. Zachariah Branch had a bad year last year. Yeah, he's looked good for Georgia this year. I mean, against two nobodies. We'll see what he does against real competition tomorrow. But he's been one of the lone bright spots for Georgia offensively early in the year. Hey, thanks, Thompson. I appreciate that, buddy. Hope you're having a good weekend, man. Come hang out with us tomorrow. We're going to be doing it again. Well, that makes it even worse that it's a nickname. Bo Walker. They're clearly naming him after two great SEC running backs. Best name is college football is that guy for Eastern Michigan. Yeah, I can't even say it, but I know who you're talking about. Were you watching football in Bo Jackson days? Was he as good as advertised in your opinion? I'm going to be honest. Bo Jackson was really good. The legend of Bo Jackson is a little bit more than what he was. But here's the thing. He was really good at both baseball and football. Really good. So I'm not saying he was bad. He wasn't. He was really good. But I think the legend has made him to be even greater than he really was. Because he played both. Like it's usually just Auburn fans, but there are some people who say Bo Jackson was a better college running back than Herschel Walker. He wasn't. I mean, it's not even. It's really not even close. Was Bo Jackson a better athlete? Now, see, now we're having a different conversation, but probably. Bo Jackson's probably one of the best athletes that's ever lived. I mean, he played at a, Deion Sanders, Bo Jackson. We'll see what happens with Travis Hunter playing both sides of the ball, but Deion played a football game and a baseball game in the same fucking day. Major leagues. Deion played a Major League Baseball game and an NFL game in the same fucking day. Same fucking day. So we can say what we want. Those of y'all that didn't grow up watching Deion play, Deion was something. Now, he wasn't great in baseball. Bo Jackson was a much better baseball player than Deion was. Deion was probably a better football player than Bo Jackson was. Deion was just kind of okay in baseball. Now, look, he was good enough to play in the major league, so he was really, really good. But in the echelons of Major League Baseball, Deion isn't an all-time great, specifically in baseball. In football, yes, he's probably the best corner of all time. One of them is up there. Baseball, he was kind of just good enough to play. And he was really fast. Of course, obviously. Oh, Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan wasn't very good at baseball. That's just not true. That's not true. Houston has opened up a can now, 33-14. They're up over Colorado. Arizona at halftime, 17-3 over Kansas State. So we won that bet. Shout out to us for that. Deion's legend in football is overrated too. Go watch him try to tackle someone. Oh, he couldn't tackle for shit. He hated contact. He was scared of it. He didn't like contact at all. He didn't like to tackle. But he's the best cover corner in the history of football, I think. Clear Hall of Famer. The best running backs I've ever seen in the SEC I can remember are Jamal Lewis and Darren McFadden. Darren McFadden was really good. Really good. Yeah. Darren McFadden, really, really good. Adrian Peterson, another one at Oklahoma. Unbelievably good. Yeah. I don't know who wide receiver U is. I just know it ain't Georgia. I don't know. It ain't Georgia. I would go with Ohio State, but I don't. I'm not even going to argue with anybody if they say somebody else. But if you're asking me, I would take Ohio State's wide receiver room over the last 10 years ahead of anybody else's. Yeah, Nico losing 7-0. New Mexico on top. Second quarter just underway in that one. Bo, Deion, Jim Thorpe, and Herschel. Bo is probably the greatest athlete of all time. Go Dogs. They've turned out NFL receivers for the last 15 years. I don't know who they is. Have you seen the USC wide receivers this year? USC always has good wide receivers. T. Martin was carried to an natty by an elite defense, says P. Diddler. Still halftime in the Arizona game. Under 7 minutes to go in the Colorado game. They're down 33-14. Deion sticking with Matt Staub at quarterback, it looks like, though. New Mexico back in the red zone again. On the 11, quarterback rolls right, throws, complete for a short gain, out of bounds around the 8. 4th down coming up now for New Mexico. Probably have to kick a field goal here. Herschel Walker's the best college football running back. Yeah, I think so. Iowa versus UCLA will be must-watch TV. Yeah, Iowa probably win that one 13-3. 16-6, something like that. Yeah, UCLA sucks. 4th and 2, and New Mexico's lined up to go for it. It looks like they have a defensive tackle in the backfield as like a fullback. Play action pass, though. Lobs it into the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. $14-0. New Mexico is going to be up on Nico. Just absolutely humiliating. Lord Tebow, thank you for the super chat. It's BS. We got to deal with Jeremiah Smith 2 more years. No way the kid is 19. How to go from Marvin to Jeremiah Smith? Shit, not fair. Yeah. Ohio State's run of wide receivers over the last however many years has been just unbelievable. And the thing is, it's not just their best wide receiver every year. Their 3rd wide receiver every year for the last 5 or 6 years is now starting in the NFL. Like, their 3rd option is better than most teams' best wide receiver. It's unreal. I mean, you forget about some of the names because they got so many good ones, but like Jackson Smith, Najigba, Emeka Ibuka, Carnell Tate, of course, Jeremiah Smith. I mean, they just one after the other. Boom, 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 boom. It's unbelievable. Uh-oh. Colorado just won't give up. Look at them. Big run on the ground, but there is a flag down. Is this one going to come back? That's about a 40-yard gain for Colorado by their quarterback. But there is a flag in the backfield, which is usually holding. No, personal foul, face mask on Houston. So the play is going to stand plus 15 yards for the penalty. Colorado just won't give up. They just won't pack it in and go away. Down 33-14 with about 5 or 6 minutes to go, but they're still trying. They're still trying. UCLA is bad. I'm serious. I don't watch every game, and I don't watch every team, and they're the worst team I've seen. Power 4. They are terrible. They are terrible. Ohio State has the number 1 wide receiver for next year. If I was the number 1 wide receiver in the country, I wouldn't consider anywhere else. I mean, if I'm a wide receiver at all, and I have an offer from Ohio State, that's where I'm going. I'm not even considering any other school, period. If I'm a linebacker and I have an offer from Georgia, I'm going to Georgia, and I'm not considering any other school. If I'm a quarterback, I'm probably going to Lane Kiffin or Lincoln Riley or something like that, not even considering anybody else. But wide receiver, it's Ohio State for me. Colorado goes deep. Caught. Touchdown. New Mexico. The Houston players kind of just standing around like they didn't even know the ball had been thrown, and Colorado hits about a 40-yard touchdown on a deep post. And they just won't give up or go away. 33-20 the score now. An extra point will make it 21. It looks like the DBs didn't even know the ball had been thrown. It was kind of, I don't know, that was weird looking. Tennessee got a dog in Tristan Keys for next year. I'm not sure who that is. But I don't follow recruiting, so if it's like a new guy or something, doesn't mean he's not any good. It just means I don't follow recruiting. What about tight end? Probably Georgia, Iowa would be another one I would consider. Iowa, Georgia. Beyond that, I'd look for like pass-happy offenses, you know. But Iowa and Georgia are 2 places where tight ends have shined lately. A couple of years ago, it was it 2 drafts ago or 3 drafts ago? I can't remember. It was 2 or 3 drafts ago. Iowa had 2 different tight ends drafted in the first round. That's unbelievable, man. Sometimes no tight ends get drafted in the first round. Iowa had 2 tight ends drafted in the first round a couple of years ago. Wow. New Mexico kicks off after extending their lead over Nico to 14 to nothing your score. UCLA returns to kick out to the 22. They'll have it there 1st and 10. Unable to get anything going offensively so far. We'll see if that changes here with 12 and a half minutes to go in the second quarter of that one. You have to give Sanders credit. The boys are fighting for him. He took a 111-10 middle of the road Big 12 squad. Nico down bad. Yes, Nico is down so bad he might not ever get back up. What kind of a diet do they have him on out there? What he got look like he weighs about, what does Nico weigh, 160 soaking wet? That's probably why he transferred. Look at this thing. He'd get broken in half, and I'm surprised he made it through the season last year. Look at that green bean. Play action, rolls left, throws, complete on a wheel route, has room across midfield. Best play of the game for UCLA, and they are into New Mexico territory now. Good luck tomorrow, Lou. I hope it's a good game in Knoxville. Thank you, Witty Banner. I think it is going to be a good game. I think it's going to be close, a one-possession game. And I think Tennessee fans have every right to maybe be excited about this one. There's been years past where Tennessee fans talked a lot of shit, and I thought it was ridiculous because I thought they had no chance to win at all. I think they do have a chance tomorrow. If I was a 5-star wide receiver, I wouldn't touch Auburn with a 100-foot pole. I don't understand why they want to come. It could be, Auburn might be paying top dollar for wide receivers. I don't mean that. Some people say that and they say it as a bad thing. I'm not saying that as a bad. Different teams value different positions differently. And that's how they spread their NIL and their rev share money around, right? So for example, some teams are going to pay their linebackers maybe more than they pay their safeties, or some teams are going to pay wide receivers more than they pay their running, but whatever. It could be that Auburn is valuing their wide receivers, and that's how they're getting a lot of them. I don't know. I don't follow the money side. Well, I don't follow recruiting, but I definitely don't follow the money side of the recruiting. Outside of the few big stories you hear a year, like Nico getting $8 million, or this player got $4 million, or whatever like that. But as far as like being able to tell you what every team's recruiting budget is and what they're spending on NIL and all that, I don't care or know. In a tournament of Wake, Stanford, Purdue, and UCLA, who are you taking? Wake. I'd probably take Wake Forest there. I do like their offense. They can at least score points. First and 15 for Nico after a penalty moved them back 5 yards. Pass complete for not much. Second down coming up now. 11 minutes to go in the first half of that one. 14 to nothing. New Mexico's up over. Now the cat just went over there and unplugged my damn fan. Now I thought we were friends. Why would you do that? She went over there and unplugged my fan. Come on, man. Seriously, what are we thinking with that? What was that? Why would you do that? Don't try to come over here and be nice now. Don't try to come over here and be nice now. What are you doing? You got a lot of nerve. I'm going to give you the burgle treatment. Is this another penalty on UCLA? No, roughing the passer on New Mexico, so that's going to give UCLA a bump and a free first down. Monkey went over there and unplugged the damn fan. Started to blame Berg just out of habit, but she's over there minding her own business for once, which is weird. I see you over here. I know you mind your own. You mind your own business? You mind your own business? Well, look at UCLA marching down the field here. Look at them waking up. UCLA plays at Ohio State this year. Boy, that's going to be ugly, ain't it? That's going to be real ugly. Yeah, I mean, UCLA can't even beat teams like New Mexico and UNLV. They're going to get donkey stomped by decent teams in the Big Ten. 2nd and 1. Handoff. Stopped short of the first down, but second effort might have got it. Looks like they're going to mark him a little short, though. Houston just kicked a long field goal. They're now up by 16 with 3.5 minutes to go. 3.5 minutes to go in that one. Houston's about to contribute to the pay Baylor man movement. Oh, yeah? We hit Arizona first half. But 5-star dummy over here. We also took UCLA minus 15. Why'd y'all let me bet on UCLA? I can't believe y'all let me do that. UCLA's hit with an illegal substitution penalty now. Coach does not look happy, shaking his head on the sideline with his arms crossed. He looks madder than me. That's a problem. That's a big problem. 1st and goal now from the 12. Nico in the pocket, throws over the middle, caught, touchdown on a skinny post. Now, that was a good-looking throw. I'll give him credit there. He put that ball on a fucking rope. That was a good throw. That's what got him that $8 million. That arm right there. That was a big time throw there. Colgate is everyone's favorite toothpaste school. Yeah. Nico is back. Yeah. Right. Here comes the extra point now. It's good. 14-7 the score. UCLA trails by 7 at home to New Mexico with 9 minutes to go in the first half. Colorado now returning the kick after that Houston field goal. Pretty good return out across the 40 to the 41. Good field position for Colorado, but running out of time with 3:25 to go. They're down 16. They would need 2 touchdowns and 2 two-point conversions to tie the game up. Second half underway. Arizona and Kansas State. Arizona up 17-3 at home. Kansas State's going to get the ball 1st and 10 on their own 25 to start the 3rd quarter. $20 shout out to Lou after Arizona wins. Well, he might have to hold off on that because I think I'm going to shut the stream down when the Colorado game ends. I got to get up early in the morning and do this all day tomorrow. So I think we're gonna see if Colorado can come back. Here's the streaming schedule for tomorrow. So I'll be on at 9 in the morning for the kickoff show. Then 3:30 right here on YouTube for Georgia versus Tennessee. And then the Patreon stream this week will be tomorrow night in prime time. Looks like Kansas State's going to score a touchdown here to start the 3rd quarter. They are. The primetime stream tomorrow will be the Patreon stream. So we got some good ones. Notre Dame, Texas A&M, Florida and LSU, Vandy and South Carolina. All tomorrow night on Patreon. The YouTube stream will be at 3:30. There's the link to the Patreon page. If y'all want to check it out, we'll be hanging out tomorrow night watching all those primetime games. Get signed up on Patreon. You'll be glad you did. We have a good time over there. UCLA and Colorado should play each other. That'd be a good game. Colorado quarterback. I think that's going to be a penalty. I think he threw that ball past the line of scrimmage. It was a completed pass, but I think the quarterback was across the line of scrimmage. Should have just tuck it and ran. They didn't call it, though. Wow. Colorado caught a break there. Now they stop it, and they're going to look at it. Yeah, I think he was across the line of scrimmage. And that play is probably going to come back. Roger Bale, thank you for the super chat. He says, in the 2010s, when the SEC was the best conference by far, what did SEC fans generally think the second best conference was at the time? I think there was a period of time where the ACC was ahead of the Big Ten, but you know, you had Clemson winning a couple of natties and in the playoffs every year. Florida State in the early 2010s won a natty, played for another one. Ohio State was pretty good for the entirety of the 2010s. Michigan was not. That drug the conference down a little. Penn State was kind of what they are now. You know, kind of a 8 to 10 win, you know, maybe 10 win team. Probably the ACC. Probably the ACC. Am I wrong? I might be wrong. Might be wrong. But right now, I think it's the Big Ten 1, SEC 2, Big 12, and ACC neck and neck for that third spot. If Miami and Florida State end up being top 15 teams, then the ACC may have. I think the ACC was the worst conference last year. Last year, I think it was Big 10, SEC, Big 12, ACC. ACC may pass the Big 12 this year. All right, LV. We'll see you tomorrow, buddy. Yeah, I'm fixing to call it quits, too, as soon as this Colorado game ends. I want to see if they can come back. Mid to late 2000s, Big 12 was tough. Yeah, Texas was winning. Missouri was really good for a couple of years. Kansas even had a really good year or two around that time. Oklahoma, of course. Texas Tech had a couple of really good years. Was that when Mike Leach was there? Remember that Michael Crabtree, and who was the quarterback they had? I know it was Michael Crabtree, and forget the quarterback they had, but they were putting up 70 points a game. When did Oregon first start to get decent? Seems like it was around the mid to late 2000s. Graham Harrell. Yeah. Graham Harrell. That's him. Yeah, Texas Tech beat Texas on that last play touchdown. New Mexico going deep into triple coverage. Nearly intercepted. Ball's incomplete. As a Vol fan, I was coming in to talk shit on Nico, but he put together 6 out of 7 and a touchdown. Yeah, you should have been here for the first 2 UCLA drives. He was terrible the first couple of drives they had, but he actually played pretty good on that last drive. And that touchdown pass he had was, I mean, we've been shitting on Nico all day, but that touchdown pass he threw that's why he was so highly rated, throws like that. He just doesn't make enough of them. And he's on a terrible fucking team, too. He's on a terrible team. This UCLA team's a fucking disaster. Arizona just had a punt blocked. Wow. Kansas State's about to get back in this game, y'all. So it was 17-3 at halftime. Kansas State scored right away to start the third quarter to cut it to 17-10. Then forced a 3-and-out on Arizona and blocked the punt. Now Kansas State's going to have the ball 1st and 10 in the red zone, only down 7. So big momentum swing here to start the third quarter for Kansas State. Glad we bet the first half and not the second half of that one. Kansas State done woke up some here. Colorado QB Staub running for his life, shoved out of bounds at midfield after a gain of a yard. It's going to be 3rd and 14 now with 2:16 to go. UCLA with a big punt return across the 40 to the 42. They're going to have good field position. UCLA trying to get themselves back in the game here. Just scored, then forced a punt. Now a big punt return out across the 40 to the 42. Sets up good field position here for Nico with a 1st and 10. But there's a flag down, though. Is this going to back UCLA up? A lot of penalties on UCLA in this game in the first half. You think transferring to UCLA hurts his chances of getting drafted? Not sure how that works. I'm not an X's and O's person, so I'm gonna say something right here that I don't know a lot about, and it's gonna sound like I'm talking shit about Tennessee. I'm not. I listened to a show the other day. It happened to be about the Georgia Tennessee game. That's why I was listening to it, but it was an X's and O's guy on there, and they were talking about the Tennessee offense, the quarterbacks they've had, and the offense and everything that they run. And it's dumbed down for QBs. It's not a good offense. The NFL doesn't look at Tennessee's offense as an indicator that the quarterback would be a great quarterback at the next level. They run a half field read system or something like that it's called. Basically, at Tennessee, before the ball is ever snapped, there's only one half of the field that the quarterback is going to potentially throw the ball to. There's no like progressing through your reads left to right from one side of the field to the other. The field is split in two pre-snap at Tennessee. So when the ball is snapped, the quarterback already knows whether he's going to throw it to the right side of the field or the left side of the field. It's never a situation where it could be either. And they were saying that is one of the problems that Nico and his parents and his agents had with Tennessee. That there were discussions about changing that, and that things were said and promised to Nico that ended up not being true. And it was evident that that wasn't going to be true as they went through spring practice, and they didn't change any of that. It was still just a half-read offense. And that was one of the problems that Nico and his people had. And so that going to UCLA, one of the reasons he chose UCLA is because whatever type of offense it is they run is more geared towards developing a quarterback to run an NFL-style offense. I don't know if any of that is true. I'm not an X's and O's guy. I'm a watch and react guy. I tell you that all the time. I can't diagram a play. So I don't know if any of that is true. But the people that were telling, the people that were saying that, they do know. Maybe they were lying. Maybe they were wrong. I don't know. But that's the breakdown they gave of the Tennessee offense, their quarterbacks, and how that translates to the NFL. Kansas State is Lou's biggest prediction L of the year. Yeah. Well, so far, it's my only prediction of the year that's any L at all. I mean, there will be more, but through the first 3 weeks of the season, one of my playoff teams is already scratched off my list, yeah. And it's Kansas State. I didn't do a score prediction. I think it's going to be low scoring. I'd be surprised if either team gets to the 30s. I am ready, Jacob. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be really good. Colorado going for it all. Intercepted. On 3rd and 14, Colorado throws a long interception. This one's going to be returned maybe all the way. No, he slides down to 35. It's just going to, that's just about going to do it with 1:45 to go. Oh, forgot to do this earlier, but make sure y'all download the Sleeper app if you haven't already. I'm in Georgia. It's legal in Georgia. It's legal in South Carolina. It's legal in over 30 states. It's a daily fantasy sports app. You're not picking winners or losers of games. You're picking more or less on stats for individual players. So Georgia-Tennessee game tomorrow, if you think Joey Aguilar is going to go off, head on over to Sleeper, and you can pick over on Joey Aguilar's pass yards. Try to make you some money. Use the promo code LOU, L-O-U, when you download the app and make your first deposit. And they're going to match your first deposit dollar for dollar up to $100. So if you deposit $100 in there, they're going to give you another $100, courtesy of me, Uncle Lou. Download the Sleeper app. It's a lot of fun. It makes watching these games a lot more exciting. I put some couple of plays in already. I've got Nico. No, I don't have Nico. I've got Nick Harbor, the receiver slash tight end for South Carolina, over his receiving yards. I've got Gunnar Stockton over 198 passing yards. I think those are the two picks I made. And then I'll make a third one tomorrow morning on the kickoff show at 9, and then put my pick in for the week. And I don't know, maybe I'll get lucky and win some money. You can win up to 1,000 times your money on the Sleeper app. It's a lot of fun. Download the app, promo code Uncle Lou. You'll be glad you did. There you go. That's my paid public service announcement. Would you rather have a team that can run the ball and stop the run, or pass the ball and stop the pass, and both teams are mediocre at the other? I'd rather be able to run the ball and stop the run. Football starts with the ability to run the ball and the ability to stop the run. If you can't do that, you don't have much of a shot at much of anything else. New Mexico almost turned the ball over on that punt. They fumbled it, but they jumped on it. All right, that's going to do it. Houston beats Colorado 36-20. Houston improves to 3-0. Colorado falls to 1-2. Their only win of the season last week against Delaware. They've lost to Georgia Tech, and now a conference loss to Houston. So there you go. If y'all are going to stay up, it looks like this Kansas State-Arizona game is going to be a good one. Kansas State just scored. Avery Johnson on the ground for a touchdown. Is going to tie that thing up. And one possession game over here, New Mexico and UCLA 14-7. So it looks like these two games are going to be good ones here. But I got to call it quits. I got to do this again all day tomorrow starting at 9 a.m. So I do have to get some sleep here. But hey, I had a great time hanging out with y'all tonight. I appreciate you spending your Friday with me. I hope y'all had a good time. I did. Great games all day tomorrow. Good luck to everybody's team except Tennessee. Unfortunately, I do have to root for Tennessee to lose tomorrow because they're playing my Georgia Bulldogs. But I hope the rest of your teams win, and I'll see you all bright and early at 9 a.m. We'll give away some money on the rigged wheel on the kickoff show. One more time, the streaming schedule for tomorrow. There it is. 9 o'clock in the morning, the kickoff show. 3:30 right here on YouTube for Georgia and Tennessee. The Miami-South Florida game will be on at that time, too, so we'll be watching them both right here on YouTube. And then the Patreon stream this week is going to be prime time. Notre Dame, Texas A&M, Florida, LSU, and Vandy, South Carolina. If you're not on the Patreon page, there's the link. I just posted it in the chat. Click the link, get yourself signed up, come hang out with us tomorrow night and watch some amazing football. We'll have a really good time. All right, everybody. Can't wait to see you in the morning. Sleep good, and I'll talk to you soon.